Whoa, 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 cut the music. What do you mean? Ramen is tasty. You're putting maple syrup in it. What do you mean that you're putting maple syrup? Is that a thing? Is that something I was unaware of that people did? What in the heck? Oh, that's the wrong app I want to launch. That has to be bait. Back in my day, bait used to be believable. Also, I'm not done setting up. I'm going to go back to putting on music. Hello. Hi. Oh, you can hear me? Oh no. Oh no, embarrassing VTuber moment. Well, good thing that you heard all of the terrible, awful, insulting things I say about people as soon as I turn off my camera. I turn my back on the world. Whew. Yeah, I know. People said they can hear me. Boo boo. Like, you can hear me setting up. That's not very interesting. Maybe if I was like, ugh, Can is back. I hate Can. Ugh, caffeine factor? Ugh. That's a face I recognize, not for good reasons. Like, if I was just doing that, I mean, like, I guess that might be interesting, but I was literally just like, checking my voice. What the heck is caught in my pen? Is it a piece of eraser? What did you do? You unfortunately were caught in my crosshairs when I was taking a random chatter. Hello! Oh? What? Oh? Why is chat not working? Hello? Chat, why did you break? Did I not turn you on? Do I have to be better about turning chat on? What? Oh! Understood. I broke it. Please hold. Yeah. This no work. If I do this, and then I do, please hold. Let's see if this works. That did not work. There's just there's a line there now. What? Okay. Please hold. I think I can fix this. And by fix this, I'm just going to keep undoing until whatever I did goes away. And then I can deal with it after stream. As you can see, before stream, I was messing with the stream overlay. Because... There we go. Because it gets cut off, and I was trying to fix that. And apparently by fixing it, I broke it, which is why I haven't fixed it thus far. I'm going to mess with my overlay at some point soon. Will that be before next stream? Probably not. Why? Because I'm busy. But, hi. It's not a VTuber stream if not scuff. Can vicissitude be used on a potato? No, but flesh crafting can. Okay, first off, hi, I'm Arrow. Pleasure if you haven't been here before. Welcome back if you have. Hi, Gothprick. Hi, Damie Dude. Hey B. Hey DP. Also known as Celador, apparently. Hi, Yugstoth, Ignis, Caffeine, Can, Gray, Till, oh gosh, T, Mary, Bayhammer. If you're in chat, say hi and I'll say hi to you. No longer a dude. Oh gosh, y'all were yapping while I was setting up. Hello. Hi, Nanted Fox. And Chaotic Neutralism. You've been trying to remember that word exhaustive for like 3 days. Thanks for that. I'm not arrow stretches less. Sorry, I started stretching as soon as I said I'm not arrow stretches. Greeting phrase. Salutations. I don't know. I feel as though one of the greatest power moves you can have, and I saw this off of a things you can do in an elevator meme years ago. Anytime someone enters the elevator, give them a firm handshake and tell them to call you Admiral. And I feel like salutations, Admiral. Hail, Admiral. Ahoy, Captain. Those are all like such power move interactions. I salute to the ruler of chaos. Am I the ruler of chaos? Okay, I have a genuine question. Do you consider me chaotic or cozy? Because I feel as though the varying community, the sub-communities within the Arrow Kissers have very different ideas on how chaotic and or cozy I am. I feel like a lot of people will say I'm a joint alignment of chaotic cozy. Yep, there we go. I saw it. You're Arrow neutral? Cozy neutral? I don't know, I've yet to watch your stream. See, that's the thing. Okay, so particularly on YouTube, I'm also talking like videos, but on YouTube in particular, I see profile pictures and names because you know, if you're a commenter, if you comment on my videos, I will probably respond to you. I think that it is a matter of respect. I think it's polite. I think that it encourages conversation where if you spend the time and effort to comment something, I should respond to the best of my ability. Which is why even when I have like 500 comments on a video, I will still check it out, drop a comment, reply to you, give you a heart, because I think that that's just what I should do. But what that means is I'll recognize people's names and faces, or their names and profile pictures. So then I get to a point where someone's just like, hey, Arrow, finally checking out a stream, first time seeing you here. Like, I recognize Caffeine Factor. I recognize Damie Dudes. Y'all comment. But I just assumed that you also were you also were stream viewers. No, Arrow does not convince Doomscroll. This is key, the channel owner has it right. You exist. So I got a lot of cozies, actually. I was not expecting the cozies, because yes, YouTube is more hinged than Twitch is. However, I don't feel as though I'm very, like, affirming. I feel as though, as much as I'd love to have more of like a neutral affect where I have a very soothing, calm voice, maybe that you can be like, oh my gosh, your voice is like so cool and whatever. I feel as though I have a lot of wild dynamism, I'll call it, to my voice. I feel like my voice fluctuates. I feel like I get loud, I get quiet. I feel like I'm not very steady in my vocal range or in my voice. And I feel as though that kind of is antithetical to cozy, because I feel like cozy, you generally want someone that's just talking, not necessarily in an ASMR voice, but in a neutral tone. You can kind of put them on as white noise. You can sleep to them. You can have them on when you're playing a game or whatever. But if I'm like playing Hollow Knight and I'm starting to insult the like glowing orange aspid and I'm screaming because I'm being scared whenever an enemy pops up and I take damage. What is cozy? So cozy as a streamer is generally someone that you feel, I guess, like safe with. A cozy streamer is someone that you feel comfortable with. And that is not that you like feel unsafe in other chats. It's just like the idea being, if you had a bad day and you want to feel better and you curl up in a blanket and you have a thing like tea or coffee or hot cocoa and you put on the stream, you will feel warm and cozy. That's my assumption. Enjoy, B. Also, hey, Gallipot. an ASMR stream where you just scream every hour would be pretty... I will say, I think enough people would be interested that if I were to do an Arrow Screams compilation where it is just me yelping and screaming and being surprised for like an hour, and then I put like 7 mid-roll ads in it, I think that would be really funny. Yeah, cozy is a compliment. Well, how would it be a... Yeah, Twitch has implicit PvP mechanics, not very cozy. Your voice is so neutral, both in gender and general loudness. Really? I'm always worried that I'm like too loud. I'm always worried that, because for a long time, I strove to have more of like a flat, subdued, reduced affect, because I had a lot of internal stigma placed on myself of how I didn't want to be very expressive. I didn't want to be very outward. I didn't want to be very loud, so to speak. So I spent a lot of time and effort restraining myself and being basically repression. And I've since kind of moved past that. I'm no longer at that point in my life, but I do appreciate people who are quiet, down to earth, with a single word that can tell you 1,000 things. Like, those people have my respect, and then for a long time in my life, I tried to emulate that. And I think I did so successfully. But now I'm at the point in my life where I'm not really doing that anymore. And I'm just like, no, but that's so cool. That was some fake ads. You scream in the... Oh my gosh. Like, I just do a hard cut to like the recent ads that are going on, but it's in the video player. It's not actually a mid-roll. And then halfway through, I just go, ah! Ah! I'm too verbose with my friends to be that quiet type. Hey, EJ. I do make a lot of noises. See, that's the thing. I have become much more of a yapper since starting content, because I realized very early on it is easier to just stay yapping all day, every day, than it is to start yapping for stream, turn that off stream. And it might be more comfortable. Oh my gosh, my voice. It might be more comfortable for someone who is an introvert, for someone who is shy, for someone who is anxious socially, to be able to say like, okay, on stream, I'm a different person. On stream, I can go loud, but off stream, I'm going to be just as shy as I normally am. But for me, it's literally like, no, there's enough gas in the tank. I can just keep the engine running. Idling, never heard of her. Want to break from the ads? Ah! Are you seriously watching Arrow Rights by yourself? No, I'm with the science team. You're microwaving tea? Okay, for the longest time, I only ever boiled tea. Because I would boil water, pour it in a cup, tea bag. But boiling water, I feel, is not something that you require like a stovetop for. I feel you can just boil water in a microwave by nuking it for like 45 seconds, a minute, and then you can put tea in it. Followed by me going nonverbal for 30 minutes after being really loud. Okay, to be fair, there are times off stream where I'll just go nonverbal. There are extended times off stream where I will just go nonverbal. But that is like my general aptitude, my general affect is much more lively and upbeat than it was prior to content creation. I'm not confident I could stream without saying something completely deranged after like half an hour. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people, and I've actually seen the sentiment a lot, is people being like, oh, well, if I was a streamer, I'd be banned instantly because I'm just so unhinged. First off, I think a lot of people aren't as unhinged as they think. Second off, I think that it's easier to have a filter even when you're yapping continuously. For instance, I'm sure I've said something problematic on stream just by virtue of something I didn't realize was problematic was probably problematic. I was reading King Yellow, and I read a direct quote that had a word that I should not have said. So I apologized, and then I continued on with the rest of the stream. And then after the stream, before making it public, I censored that because I said a word I shouldn't have said. That was on me. That's my fault. That's my bad. King in Yellow mentioned, yes, I just did a read through of King in Yellow, and we are about to read the final story, The Street of... We just read The Street of Our Lady of the Fields. last week. And now that's my favorite out of all of them. So we're going to read the final story of The King in Yellow this Friday. And then I need to make a poll. I'm thinking I might do it a YouTube member poll, because it's a YouTube member thing anyway, where what are we reading next? Because I want to keep up the reading streams. You're so sad you're working for The King in Yellow VODs. I hope that you can at the very least listen to them in the background later. If you forget to take a tea out of a microwave, it will get moldy eventually. Okay, well, if you forget to take anything that has water in it and take the water out, it will get moldy eventually. Particularly if it's a warm environment. I've been working on my being more comfortable with my voice by D&D sessions. Exactly. Unironically, I'm someone who I'm non-binary. I am not trans femme. I suppose I'm kind of trans femme, but I'm not a trans woman, right? Like I'm more feminine expressing, but I am non-binary. I'm in the middle. I'm going for androgyny is what I'm doing. And my voice is something where I can go down to here if I really want, very comfortably. This is complete within my normal register. And then I can also be up here in this is what I normally talk at. This is my absolute normal voice that I've kind of grown into over time. And then I can also go up higher, up here if I want, but this really kind of strains the voice. And then I can go down into a Valorant E-boy voice if I really am inclined. But I can't really project with that. So I got a lot confident after realizing you're bi. Yeah, awesome. Fellow MB, yippee! There's a very cool bean. That's what matters. I don't think I'm a very cool bean, but thank you. Also, aren't you TAing? B. Is The King in Yellow a cognito hazard? Okay, so The King in Yellow, the story, the anthology by Chambers, is a group of romance novels, or romance stories, packaged in cosmic horror. I don't know why. It was a very odd decision to me, but those first couple stories are cosmic horror. The last, everything else is romance. That being said, The King in Yellow, the play within the story, is a cognito hazard, but only Act 2. Fun fact, only Act 2 of The King in Yellow play is a cognito hazard. It is regularly said that reading the first act will be mind-bending, and it will be a fantastic piece of literature, but still, nevertheless, you need to censor it because otherwise, blah. But it's only when you read Act 2, and it's only those who read Act 2 that are drawn to Carcosa. You're cute. No, shut up. I started to dress better. Yeah, I mean, part of it's just confidence. A large part of it is just confidence. It's not even a matter of being someone or being... it could be, oh, I'm bi, so if I'm a man, I can express a bit more femininely because I'm comfortable with the fact that, no, I'm not gay, I'm bi. No, I'm not, I don't have to pretend to be straight, I'm bi. That could be one of the things. Or it could literally be, I know more about myself, I can express myself more authentically then. That's a similar thing. Act 1 is that good, exactly. Arrow's cute, really? No. King Yellow is definitely a cognito hazard. It spawned the modern romance genre. It spawned the modern sitcom genre. Oh my gosh, there was so there's a game called Who Goes There, based off of The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, which John Carpenter's The Thing is based off of Campbell's Who Goes There. So it's a short story, Who Goes There, inspired The Thing by John Carpenter, and then the Who Goes There, the game, was based off The Thing, and it was named after the source material. I looked up Who Goes There because I was looking for the holiday season to see if there was a physical board game version for it. Couldn't find it. But I saw that Chambers, King in Yellow Chambers, had written a story called Who Goes There. And I was like, no way he wrote The Thing. And then no, he didn't write The Thing. It was Campbell who wrote The Thing. But it was what the heck? King in Yellow, but Seinfeld, exactly. There are only two ideal status for me, Pretty Princess or Machine of Destruction. I know I'm not pretty, so Destruction it is. Honestly, my ideal is kind of Machine of Destruction, I will say. What gender are you? Destruction. What's in your pants? Violence. No, like, what are your chromosomes? Calamity. like that's my ideal, right? So why do you think I have so many like fire? Oh my gosh. Okay. If you haven't been here before, the fact that I'm all over the place should not surprise you. The fact that I am absolutely incapable of staying on one track of mind should not surprise you by any means. That being said, let me... On Twitch, I have a 1-point channel redeem where you get you get like 340 channel points an hour. I have a 1-point channel point redeem where you can ban someone, and it's flavored as you shoot them because we're purging the week. You shoot them, they get banned for like 15 seconds, and then they come back. Twitch recap came in. We spent 1.1 million channel points. I don't think that you realize that probably 90% of these were 1-point redeems. I don't have very many at all that are more than like 1,000. I have like a couple that are like 1,000, 5,000, 3,000, but I would guess probably 80 to 90% of all of these redeems are 1-point channel redeems banning someone. We are talking, you shot each other north of like 900,000 times. Which is so funny to me. The King of Bel Air. Welcome to the jungle. Surprisingly good story. Who goes there? There are 2 Thing board games, Infection at Outpost 31 and the Thing board game. No, so there's also the Who Goes There, the board game. And the reason, so first off, real quick, Reddit AMA, thanks for the gold, kind stranger. And then, so if you don't know, here on YouTube, oh wait, no, I didn't want to type that message. I wanted to make it a Q&A. Oh, sorry, I have to edit. Thanks for the gold, kind stranger. So on YouTube streams, I put up a Q&A where you can ask me anything. You can ask me about VTubing, you can ask me about my personal life, you can ask me about TTRPGs, you can ask me for advice on a game you're running, you can ask me about the system I'm working on that I'm going to make a video about tomorrow, right? It's not done. It's not 1/3 done, and it is 40 minutes long. So today's stream might be kind of short because I need to edit. But so you can ask me literally anything. I will not get to it instantly. This will be throughout the rest of the stream. So if you ask a question and I don't get to it within the next like 15 minutes, don't worry. It will happen later in the stream. You can just come back later. So feel free to drop any questions that you have. Let me grab the question sheet and pull it up in a different stream, in a different window. Sorry, let me just grab that. Pop out. Okay. So the reason I'm so excited about the Thing board game, the specifically the quick favorite 5e subclass, of the ones I've played, I actually really enjoyed Celestial Warlock. I think the Warlock, well, because Warlock has so many options, which makes it so nice, right? I think Cleric has some really nice subclasses. I think, so, okay. The Rogue subclasses tend to suck. At least some of them do. Like, I'd say the Assassin sucks. The Thief sucks. I played a Thief for like 9 levels. The Thief sucked, but it was actually so cool because of how some of the GMs were brilliant. But I think that like the Inquisitive isn't very good. I think that like Rogue has a lot of sucky ones. I think Warlock has so much granularity that their subclasses don't have to be good. And you can still have a good, fun warlock that is flavorfully what it is. So like, I don't choose a great old one pact because I want it to be powerful. I choose a great old one pact because I want to be like a Cthulhu worshiper. Now, I don't get good abilities, but that's not what matters. I think the swashbuckler is actually really good. I played a celestial soul for a while. I played a brief mini campaign where as a cleric, I played a forge domain cleric. And at like first level, this is 5e. At first level, I had heavy armor and a warhammer that I was treating as I think a +1 magic weapon, because that's like the Forge Domain's thing, is that whenever you rest, you can choose one mundane armor or weapon and you can enchant it. So we were fighting, it was just like this small town where the local god was the Reaper. It was this god of death, but also of harvest, and there's this cult cropped up around it, and we were trying to stop the cult. And we were fighting like minor low-level demons that I was our best weapon against. Not because I was a good fighter, but because I was the only one with a magic weapon. And then obviously I could heal, right? Warlock Enthusiast, Warlock Genie Pack. I don't know the Genie Pack. Isn't that the one that gives you like a limited wish at 14th level? You hit the question limit already? Oh my gosh. So I wouldn't say Warlock's one of the few well-designed classes. I can't remember what the third was, but I remember when 5e came out, and in the kind of like 5e postmortem, I remember generally hearing that of all of the classes, Rogue, Paladin, and it might have been Warlock, or it might have been Cleric, I can't remember. But these three were broadly considered the best designed classes of 5e, the ones that just worked the best. I've put a donkey turned hybrid human warlock that would be summoned as a replacement for my cleric character. Rogue and warlock option breakdowns. Oh my gosh. I like warlock's flavor and will probably just migrate the patron over to soccer next time. Well, so that's the thing, right? Is with a warlock, you have eldritch invocations and spell slots. And your pact. And you get chain or book or chain or tome or blade. So with a warlock, you could reasonably play a Cthulhu, like a Cthulhu cultist who wields a sacrificial dagger and who specializes in madness. And this would just be a matter of Great Old One, Pact of the Blade. You take some invocations that are about illusion and fear. And then for spell slots, you could have like, you don't even need Eldritch Blast. You could just focus on mental stuff, psychic damage, because Warlock gets some psychic damage. So then you have telepathy, you have illusions, you have fear, you have the sacrificial dagger that Pact of the Blade you can always conjure to your hand. Like you can be very flavorfully what you wanted to be and represent that with mechanics. Now, as Warlock, you probably won't have very high strength or dexterity, so your dagger probably won't be very good. Because you're not a blade lock, you're not going to get any bonuses to it, so that's not really going to work. And madness is something that's not very good in combat, because illusions and fear and charming and all of that tends to be out of combat stuff, despite the fact that in combat they can be very effective. Most DMs don't want to deal with it, which I think is a DM issue, that's not a game issue. And then with cultists, and then with being a cultist, you can be this like Cthulhu worshiper, but all you get is telepathy. And then eventually it's like you get like resistance to psychic damage and your thoughts can't be read. And then eventually it's you can impart madness on one creature and deal a bunch of psychic damage. But is that really what you want from being a cultist? Warlock is one of the best for overcoming the issues you have with D&D. Yeah, Paladin is also super cool. I've talked about how I think modern 5e to fix, and not 5.5, but 5e, to fix the ranger issue, where the ranger, for whatever reason, they're obsessed with putting ranger in this exploration role when no one plays exploration in D&D. Some people do, but most people don't. is give every class at first level, every class between like 5th and 7th level, and every class between like 11th and 13th level some non-combat utility option. Because then the cleric at first level gets this ability where anytime they interact with someone of their same faith, they get a small bonus to the roll in non-combat rolls. They get like plus, they can add their wisdom modifier to any roll where they are interacting with someone of their same faith. That is not in a hostile manner, right? So if you're trying to convince them to do something, you get your wisdom and your charisma bonus and your proficiency if you're persuasive. If you're trying to get information from them, if you're trying to study them, you have this ability to interface with your faith as a leader of the faith, meaning you get that. And then at 5th to 7th level, maybe it's, I don't know, you have, much like the battle master is like, oh, I'm going to study you for 10 minutes to see what your stats are. You get that for extra planers, for like angels and demons and fae and like all and undead. Like you can just by studying it, you're like, no, I'm so good at being a cleric. I know I'm looking at that. That vampire spawn has more health than you, lower AC, and its strength is equal to yours. You can take this. You just need a silver weapon. Like, and then suddenly, as a cleric, you're able to do more stuff than just heal and do radiant damage. You're able to have non-combat utility outside of the fight, so, which means if everyone has that, the ranger, who's like 80% of their abilities are related to that, feels less useless. It's a weird, like, it's a weird probability curve. It's a weird, like, it's almost like the Lafayette curve of like, oh, if the more you tax, the less money you make once you hit a certain point. A lot of people think that we're here, where if this is a curve where on the x-axis, this is how much you're going, or so y is how much you're exploring, and x is how many abilities you have that explore. Or sorry, how effective the ranger is. My apologies. So what this is that the y-axis is how effective the ranger is. The x-axis is how many abilities you have for exploration. Once you get to a certain point, once you get to like this point here, you get too many abilities that makes it so that the ranger is useless, because everyone can do what the ranger does. And I think a lot of people assume that we're here, which means, oh no, the ranger needs to keep their niche. The ranger needs to be the exploration one. We're like down here, dog. The more abilities we get, the more people are going to explore. The more people explore, the more the ranger gets to be effective. And then we get up and up and up and up. And then we hit a point where it kind of like levels out. We get a point where, okay, well, if we add a 4th ability to the rogue, that's not really going to make it more exploration oriented. Then if we add a 3rd ability to paladin, and then a 4th ability to cleric, oh, okay, now we're seeing that people are stepping on the ranger's toes, the ranger's less effective. Now we're at a point where we hit this and we need to walk it back. We need fewer abilities. But as it stands, we're so low on the actual abilities mechanically supporting exploration that any degree of increasing the amount of abilities for exploration in other classes will help the ranger. It's so weird. I used to have a warlock who hated killing and would get like physically disturbed by it, but they think it's entirely acceptable to show people's mind-breaking horrors beyond comprehension. Me, when I see mind-breaking horrors beyond my comprehension, I don't get it. In 2D, 2E AD&D, everyone but rangers got -8 to survival, and that's the thing. Like, I think that's too severe. I think what you need is that you need everyone to have like 2 or 3 tools for different niches. Rogues are very good at urban environments. Druids are very good at natural environments. Bards are very good at social environments. Non-combat utility beyond just jack of all trades. Non-combat utility beyond just expertise. And then rangers are the one who are good at literally all of it. Yes, even urban environments. Yes, even social environments. Yes, tracking enemies. Yes, wilderness. Yes, volcanoes and mountains. Like, the ranger fantasy is being the leader in from the front. The ranger fantasy, I would say, is tied to having a pet. But also, Strider, i.e. Aragorn, is a ranger, effectively. Now, Aragorn, I would say, is more of like a fighter. From like Lord of the Rings, Aragorn is a fighter. I would say Strider, his literally ranger persona, is more of a ranger. He's a tracker. He knows how to make salves. He can like heal you by getting medicinal plants. He can set up camp, track the enemy. He can like do all this stuff. That's very ranger coded. But I feel like as like and that's without a pet. That fantasy is being this hyper competent loner that can support the group and lead from the front. That is a fantasy that I think is already occupied by a couple classes. I think that's jockeying for position, and also that kind of pushes main character syndrome a little bit. So I think an easier fantasy to implement would be having a pet, which is why I made a whole video about that like a year and a half ago. My country got packed with Call Cthulhu-like tables because there's 0 D&D tables. I don't care about people who think Ranger can't have a pet because of Aragorn. Harry Potter is a sorcerer and Doctor Strange is a wizard. Titles don't have much classes. So that's the thing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like I think Strider is a Ranger. I think Aragorn, throughout the Fellowship of the Ring, is a Ranger. I think he's more of a fighter once you hit Two Towers and Return of the King. But I think in the Fellowship of the Ring, he acts, he fights, he's talked about like a ranger. And yes, that is me putting an arbitrary limit on like, oh, book 1 or movie 1 versus movie 2, like the first book, blah, blah, blah. That's for ease of communication. I think Strider is a great example of a ranger, even if Aragorn as a character kind of isn't a ranger. You can talk about Aragorn's horse, that is very fair. Ranger is a wanderer, in my opinion, going around doing random stuff, making friends and taking out problems. Yeah. And I think that that's perfect for a D&D adventure. And Wizards of the Coast has been obsessed with the idea of, no, they're really good at sticking to one environment and tracking one type of enemy. And they will get milquetoast bonuses that make them on par with a character that is like 3 levels lower than them. A 14th level fighter, a 14th level ranger, I believe, is about as combat effective against their favored target in their favorite terrain as like a 10th level fighter. That's my take. And that's completely arbitrary. I don't know if it's actually an 8th level fighter. I don't know if it's actually an 11th level fighter. But the point is, a ranger mechanically does not have the numbers to support fighting at their level. I like a lot of optionals, and giving ranger an option to take special familiars would be cool. A horse you can ride, a bloodhound, a falcon. So a lot of you, I don't think were here when I made this video. I'm gonna make myself sad because I'm going to go to my videos and I'm gonna see when I made this, and it's gonna say like a year ago. Oh, January 12th. So top of this year. Yeah. So this video, top of this year, didn't even get 1,000 views. I will drop the link in chat just because we're discussing it. This is a video that I made where I think every ranger should get a pet, and kind of marrying the 2024 and 2020, or the 5e and the 5.5 rules to make it so that all rangers get a pet, and there's one specific Beastmaster subclass. So you still have a Beastmaster, but you still have your hunter. Your hunter still has a bear or a boar or a falcon or whatever that helps them, but there's also a Beastmaster. The Beastmaster is about your pet. The Beastmaster is, instead of upgrading you, you upgrade your pet. And there's, broadly speaking, 2 pathways. You can either get one really cool pet, or you can get 2 pets. And that's the big decision point in my suggestion. It is all rangers get a pet at like first level that is like CR0 and is a baby version of what it's going to grow up to be. Then at 3rd level, it becomes the normal animal. Thank you for the follow, even though we're on YouTube. At 3rd level, it becomes the normal option. I have my script for this. I can just pull up and read through. Yeah, it was a year ago. So then eventually you give it some literally what I did, it gives it some elemental magic. I think it's you give it resistance to one elemental damage type of your choice. So that means if you have a bear that is a big tank and you're going up against a Jinn, which is, or like an Ifrit, which is fire lined, you could give it resistance to fire damage. Wow, your tank is more effective at tanking. Fantastic. And on top of that, you can alter minor cosmetic things about it. So let me just pull up the script for this real quick. It's been a minute. So, what it was, the main thing is that you would use the primal companion. You remember that video? Yeah. So what it is that all rangers would get the primal companion of 5.5. The primal companion is a generalized stat block, which is just animal. And it's, you get one of the land, one of the sea, or one of the air. And it is, the one of the sea could be a fish or a shark or an eel. The one of the sky could be a hawk or an eagle or a bat. The one of the land could be a boar or a dog or a bear. It doesn't matter. What matters is that mechanically it's all the same, which I think is a very good design choice. And then at, what was it, like 7th level, I would make it so that they overcome resistance to non-magical weapon damage. Because otherwise, there's no reason to have an animal companion past like 6th level. So like, I don't know if it's 5th level, 6th level, 7th level is the best time to do this, but that's that. And like that's that. That's if you're a hunter ranger, if you're a ranger that's focused on me being cool and me doing cool maneuvers, you have a bear, and your bear is able to overcome resistance to non-magical weapon damage. But fundamentally, you're the cool one. Your bear supports you. Your bear is a tank. Neat. If you're a Beastmaster, though, you have a feature at 3rd, 7th, 11th, and 15th. So at 3rd level, you get this bonus action where, as a Beastmaster, you can telepathically communicate with your beast, and you can use like a bonus action to see through their senses. Because at 3rd level, there you get your beast, you get your companion as a ranger in general, so you don't need a combat ability on top of that as a Beastmaster. So it's the idea of you have a bond with their beast that you can communicate with them without physicality. At 7th level, once every rest, you can give them resistance to an elemental damage type. However, at any time, you can spend your bonus action to remove this resistance and end one mental effect affecting them. So if they're charmed, if they're frightened, if they are put to sleep magically, you as a bonus action can say, I lose your fire resistance, and that wakes you up. I lose your thunder resistance, and that like uncharms you. Just because it kind of sucks to have your companion, who probably doesn't have the best saving throw, constantly lose to like a fear effect or to a charm effect or to like being unable to see an illusion or whatever. Ah, yes. And then at 11th level, it shrinks or grows one size. If it grows, it deals an extra 1d4 damage on attacks. And if it shrinks, it moves an extra 15 feet with its movement speed. So it's the idea of, if I want a really tiny, like teacup falcon that is really good at scouting, but not very good at fighting, I can give it plus 15 movement speed. Awesome. But if I want a bear that is an absolute unit in a fight, it gets an extra d4 damage, and it's a large creature. So it's huge, right? It's massive. And then, in addition to this, you can do minor cosmetic changes that magically and without being uncomfortable for the creature, change its appearance. You can change the color of its fur. You can give it horns that are vestigial. You can change its eye shape. You can give it, change its snout. You can do minor cosmetic updates to it magically that I specified are not uncomfortable for the animal, because that would be mean. Yeah, make a giant falcon. It specializes in picking folks up and dropping them. And I think a lot of GMs would go, wait, that's broken. What if my enemies get picked up? Why do you think her player invested the time and energy to become a Beastmaster Ranger with a giant falcon if they did not want to pick up enemies and drop them? Like, and that's just kind of like an ethos thing. That's a philosophy thing of GMing that I disagree with, which is the idea of my balance. When you're running for the players, so why are you not letting the players do the things they think is fun? A lot of GMs get really nervous about players having flying speeds, right? Having players who can go invisible, having players who break the game, so to speak. And I'm just like, break the game, have fun. Push on boundaries that you want to push on and see where that leads you, because you can't do that in a video game. Although with Baldur's Gate 3, you can't even say that anymore, but that's a D&D, so it doesn't count. So it's the sort of deal where I'm of the opinion that if you're like, wait, I can do X, Y, and Z and break the game. Yes, you can. That's the point of the game, is to be broken, is to have fun. Because I'm of the opinion that balance only matters between players. If DP has a falcon that can pick up enemies and drop them, that does not matter, because I'll just throw ogres at you. Your falcon can't pick up an ogre. It's not that big. I can throw a horde of goblins at you. Your falcon can pick up one, maybe even two goblins at a time. Okay, cool. There are 18 other goblins. Cool. I can deal with that as the GM. I have literally infinite power and resources to respond to anything you come up with. But if DP can do that, what if Can, who specializes in single target takedowns as a rogue, feels, well, I mean, I feel like I'm useless now because the falcon can just do what I can do, but cooler. So that's where I would step in. That's where I would say, okay, let's see if this works. Let's see how we do this. And what I would probably do is I would do it where it's you're fighting the big, bad, evil guy, but also the bodyguard. And the bodyguard has a special maneuver where, as a reaction, if they're within 5 feet of the BBEG, they can push the BBEG out of the way and take their place in any attack. So what I do with that is the falcon goes over to grab the BBEG, the bodyguard shoves them out of the way and says, "Look out, sir," and then gets grabbed instead. What do you know? Can gets to go stab the BBEG now. Whoa. Now Can gets to feel cool. And get down, Mr. President. Exactly, Ice. And on top of that, DP's falcon fully shut down this bodyguard, right? DP's falcon not only dealt big damage or whatever, but stopped this bodyguard from protecting the BBEG going forward. And you wanna know what? If the falcon didn't exist, the bodyguard wouldn't exist. That's how GMing works. GMing works where you build encounters around the party in response to the party. If the party loves hold person, and we'll just hold person enemy and then wail on them while they're paralyzed. Don't go on a forum and complain about how your party is like being obnoxious. Have an enemy that knows freedom of movement. Have an enemy that has a specific response to hold person in particular. That's my, like, one of my biggest pieces of advice with GMing is, like, outside of just like communicate, and that most issues in TTRPGs are just issues of communication. Balance only matters between players, and you as the GM have infinite resources to do literally anything you want. So you can simply work around the party. They could even try and climb and mount the falcon. Yeah, exactly. The falcon created an opening for me and shut down what would have been a big problem. Exactly. And the bodyguard was only a problem because I know the Falcon would take you out. Now, Can, who is a rogue in this situation, if the bodyguard was there and the Falcon wasn't there, Can would feel, oh, I can't attack the BBG. I only attack once per turn. The bodyguard gets once per turn reaction. Anytime I attack, the bodyguard takes it. That's so dumb. I feel so useless. So I wouldn't add the bodyguard if there's no Falcon. And if the Falcon's there, I would add the bodyguard so the Falcon grabs the bodyguard so Can attack. And this isn't to punish DP. DP's Falcon did great work. However, there's a very big difference between DP's Falcon grabbing the bodyguard versus DP grabbing the bodyguard. If DP was playing a grappler, or let's say Caffeine, you're playing a grappler, and your whole deal is that you run up and you tackle the enemy, and your entire turn is holding them down, and you have the grappler feat, so you're dealing damage as you're holding them down, but your whole deal is that I'm going to hold them, I'm going to grapple them, I'm going to restrain them, and my other buddy can wail on them. That's a situation where that might be very powerful, but I don't want to do the bodyguard thing because then you feel useless. That's a situation where I don't need to throw an enemy that can shut down the tackle. I need to throw an enemy that can resist the tackle, that can avoid the tackle, you have to work for it. And crucially, this is something I think a lot of GMs don't realize. If Caffeine is going to tackle, and DP has the Falcon, and Can has the burst damage sneak attack, you can have a situation where you have a BBEG with the bodyguard who has freedom of movement cast on them. So they're prepped, they're responding, they're trying to get out of you. The Falcon picks up the bodyguard, and Caffeine runs up to tackle the BBG. Both freedom of movement, they barely managed to get out of the way, but the freedom of movement was a temporary thing. Now, after that one tackle, boom, freedom of movement's gone. Next turn, you can try again. And next turn, it's a contested roll, and you barely manage to get it, and you push them to the ground, and then Can runs up and stabs them while they're down. And now, the bodyguard was removed by DP. The freedom of movement gave the enemy another turn, but ultimately, you still tackled. Ultimately, they still got stabbed. That's what we call teamwork. And that is what makes the dream work. Something that I think a lot of GMs lose sight of is players want their plans to work, not because they don't want your story to work out, but because it's fun when you plan for something and it works out. So if I plan for something where I want one person to grab the enemy and then I run up and stab them, or if I want you to hold person the enemy and then I disintegrate them, that's cool for the players. Sure, your BBEG might get smote by it, but that's okay because your BBEG isn't a player. You are not a player, you are the GM. And you should still have fun, and your BBEG should still be a threat depending on what kind of game you want to run, but ultimately, it isn't a situation where, if they did delete your BBG, you should get frustrated. It's fun for them. Oh, I just realized unpin message. Counterpick fights are okay if there's other things to do. What about when the party never splits, so it's always the same person interrogating the NPCs? That's a situation where I would check with the group and say hey, is this fun for you? Because if it's Hey Johnny, if it's Ignis and Mary and Johnny, and Ignis always takes the lead socially. Ignis just walks up, they're playing a character, they're the face, they have their +8 to persuasion, they have their +6 to deception, so they're always leading the charge. They find it fun, they enjoy that. And then Johnny and Mary are just yeah, have fun. And I'd be do you want to have a conversation about this? Do you want to talk to this person? And maybe Johnny's no, I like just taking my turn in combat. I like shenanigans, I don't like role-playing. But if Mary says yeah, but I don't really have a good charisma, so that's a situation where I would devise situations as the GM where I put Mary at front. Mary is playing a tiefling. Ignis is playing a human. I have a situation where they're talking to a devil, and then the devil looks at the human and says, "I don't talk to monkeys," and just turns to Mary's character and engages devil to fiend-blooded. And now Mary, you are put in a situation where you have a +1 charisma and no proficiencies in language skills. How are you going to talk to this devil of all things? But it likes you. You're a tiefling. You understand. Clearly, your rabble is following you behind, and you only let them lead from the front because you understand you don't want to put yourself in the crosshairs. I respect that. However, do put a leash on it going forward. And now Mary gets put in a situation where they can say, okay, I'm socially leading this. Ignis, for an in-character reason, in-universe reason, was shunted momentarily by a specific individual. And then, after that conversation, the next person has no issue, because it's not a matter of punishing Ignis. It's a matter of specific character interactions that give Mary a time to shine. And you don't need to worry about Johnny in this situation, because Johnny said, I'm fine. I don't want to be social. I don't want to be a role player. I want to just like get up to shenanigans, fight monsters, get loot, right? Ideally, the most fun is when your plans work like 2 out of 3 times. I wouldn't even say 2 out of 3. I would say the most fun is when plans go almost right, is what I would say. I think that every plan, or most plans rather, but I think the most fun you can have is usually when your plan goes 70% right. Because it feels like a movie, right? It feels like, okay, we established that we did some recon of castle. We're sneaking in to the servants' quarters. We bribed one of the guards so that we can get to the treasure room. And then we're going to steal all the treasure. We're going to exfiltrate via the sewers, where there's going to be a teleportation circle waiting for us. And as you're going through the mission, your intel was good. The servants' quarters, you managed to get in. No one's there because it's the holiday. But the guard you bribed isn't on shift tonight. So there's other guards at the spot where you bribed the one guard for. And then once you get there, blah, 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 you fight the guards, you sneak past them, whatever. You get in the treasure room. Turns out your intel was bad in the treasure room. The diamond that you were looking for isn't there. Okay, panic. What are we doing? Where's the diamond? Scatter. And then you run across the entire room. You find it's in the throne room above the throne because there's a foreign dignitary visiting and the king wanted to show off the diamond to this dignitary. Okay, now you have to steal it from the king in front of the dignitary. And then you go to the sewers, the teleportation circle is still there. You teleport out. That, I think, tends to be what players connect with most, because it is the cycle of plot, of narrative, of we go in with a plan, it works, it doesn't work, kind of works, it doesn't, plan is off, go. Okay, we wrap it up with a nice bow. The plan worked at the very end. That tends to be a very satisfying arc for players. A member from my party is very against the player doing something by themselves, including RP. I mean, that's a player issue. Like, if I have a group and Can loves to RP and Caffeine loves to do tactics in a fight, and Ice loves to be silly and make jokes. And then, like, Mary, you are the one person who says, like, I don't like it when one person does everything. Well, this is a situation where Can doesn't have an issue with Caffeine taking over tactics. Caffeine doesn't care that Ice gets up to silly shenanigans that somehow always push the plot forward. Ice doesn't mind that Can is the one who's always in character, the one who's always talking to NPCs. In this situation, this one player, their desires are not aligned with the group, and that's a situation where I would say it's a player issue that should be discussed out of game. That is not the group needs to conform to that one player. That is the player needs to decide, are they a good fit for this group? Because there are groups where no one's the dedicated face. We're all role playing. We love role play. There are groups where no, don't tell me what to do in combat. I want to make my own decisions in combat. That's why I'm playing a combat game. And those groups are valid. Those groups are fun. But if it's a one out situation, that's an issue. And that's a player issue. That's an out of game issue. That is not a in-game issue. You should ask the person that they don't want to play. Ask them directly if they want to RP and PvP by themselves. If they say yes, then no other player can interfere with that. Oh, said player's GM spouse. Yeah, but that's also like, I don't know. Maybe this is coming from a place of like, I've never GM'd for a spouse of mine. So I've never been in the situation. But if I'm GMing and I have a spouse and they're being a problem, I'm going to be like, hey, you're being a problem. Because if I'm scared to bring up a problem to my spouse, that indicates a deeper communication issue in our relationship. And I'm not going to sit here and be a marriage counselor. However, if you are unable to separate someone who has a position of authority of you in a game and them talking to you as that authority figure in a game, and you bring that out into your relationship, that's a relationship issue. That's not a game issue. And if the GM is like, oh, I don't want to cause problems. I don't want to start a fight or anything. GM, you shouldn't be GMing then. Because as a GM, you need to be able to say, hey, I get we're friends. I get we're married. I get that we're lovers twice removed, like star-crossed, whatever. That doesn't change the fact that you're being a problem player and every other player at the group is looking to me as an authority figure to fix this. So what are we doing, bro? It's nice when the dice at least pretend to be impartial, yeah. What does Cell say? I feel like there's such selfless DMing though. I feel like with balance protects GMs from cognitive load where the GM doesn't have to juggle all the features beyond. I mean, for instance, Cell is a player in a game that I'm running right now of Kane. And in it, it is a one-on-one game. So it's just them. But they have a party of other XOs with them. And I fully went through, I made the XOs, and then I just out of my brain. I don't know what these XOs can do. That's your job. I'm not worrying about the cognitive load. It's just fully you. Is it Kane session time? We did have a session yesterday. We could talk Kane. Basically, satisfying arc is just a heist movie, plot repeated over and over. Basically. I will absolutely follow someone else's tactics if I think they're good and bring others into RP whenever I work on remembering other people exist. I have a proud unbroken streak of acquiring a firearm in every single campaign. Tell us about the ogre hunt, please, 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 please. Okay, so, in Kane. Operation Waning Recourse. This was a 2-session hunt. Let's hope they don't end up in a Nathan situation. No! Nathan, don't cheat on your wife twice. Fixture list. So, in Kane, I ran Operation Waning Recourse. So what is a Nathan situation? It is a reference to a channel, a popular D&D channel, where the GM, who is the guy who makes videos, he had a player in one of his games called Nathan, who cheated on his wife, who was another player in the game. So they all absolutely clowned on him and took the wife's side because she got cheated on. The wife and him, Nathan and his wife, said, okay, we're going to work through this. Yes, Nathan made a mistake. Yes, he was unfaithful. However, we are going to continue. He did it again. Nathan proceeded to then cheat on his wife again, I think with another player in the group. I don't remember. So now it is a meme in that guy's community to just constantly clown on Nathan because he will never let Nathan live it down and he doesn't play with Nathan anymore. Though Kane is different from D&D and encounter design and having the balance around, I think we might really disagree on the responsibilities put between GM and players, and that's okay. Yeah, exactly. Oh, is that the Nathan story? Yes, that is the Nathan story. Hey, a hex. Gun. So, what I'm gonna do, so with Kane, Operation Waning Recourse. It is a cat. It's a cat 1 ogre hunt. Now, in Kane, this is a system. It's an urban fantasy. It's very Chainsaw Man. It's very SCP Foundation. And what we decided is that Celerity, who is in chat right now, which if you want, you can just hop on call and tell it yourself. I think that would be an interesting way to... Little baby Shriekling. Oh my gosh. Go screw yourself, Nathan. Yeah. It's Cat 1 Ogre Hunt. And they're sent to a town alongside 3 NPCs. And it's a one-on-one game. So even though they're the newbie, they're a new XO, they're a little baby, they got all tactical decision making. They made a lot of the plans. Talking about Kane seeing the perfect sins and how hot they are. Okay, so I've avoided the Games for Freaks Volume 3 because it's not free yet, and I don't own it. So a friend did offer to lend me a copy, and I'm like, no, I'm going to do it on stream when I get it for free in like 6 months. We can rant about how hot they are. We can do a smash. I did a smasher pass on all of the sins. I did a smasher pass on all the sins already. All of the examples in the sin book. So I could do that for the perfect sins. I go for dinner in 15 minutes. I'd love to talk on stream. Well, too bad. You got dinner in 15. So how many months? I think 5 at this point, because it was very top of November was Game for Freaks Volume 2 came out. So it's going to be like 6 months after. You can talk another time, Cell, don't you worry. Which, if you don't know, Celerity Dust, another content creator, currently on hiatus, but very sweet, very cute. Makes some YouTube videos where they talk about random topics for 10 minutes and then they edit down to whatever is usable. So they will take a full 10-minute just ramble and make it actually coherent. And then they also stream on Twitch. Slug cat behavior, speedrun talk Celerity. Oh my gosh. I take it Kane is more die in the dark, maintain the masquerade than glass the whole town. Yeah, exactly. So very much we die in the dark so you can live in the light. Operation Waning Recourse, Cat 1 Ogre Hunt. Ogres are manifestations of despair, depression, sadness, darkness, destitution. And what Cell, the player, goes... Still waiting for Zach Tech's review of the Monarch. No, the Lord. The sin about pride. It's the sin that looks coolest. It is the Lord. It is about fear and loss. It is about, I lost this thing and I want it back. So I'm being coddled by the Lord, who is making everything a perfect reimagining of what I thought it was. It is nostalgia made manifest. If I miss a relationship I had because someone left me, because I was bad to them, the Lord would manifest and would remake that relationship where the person loves me and would never leave me because I'm just perfect the way I am and they can work through any issue with me, even though in real life, I push them away via doing X, Y, or Z, right? That's what a Lord is. An ogre, meanwhile, is someone left me in a relationship. I'm worthless. I'm pathetic. I don't deserve love. I should just sit here and die. I should just bedrot. I should just do nothing with my life because my life won't amount to anything anyway. So, an ogre is about despair and depression. And going into the hunt, this was session 1. This is a recap. Cell was told recently an 8th grader named Reika took her own life. And we have now gotten reports of a Cat 1 ogre manifestation. The miasma and weather patterns are consistent with a Cat 1 ogre. While post-mortem ogres are uncommon, it is a priority 1 investigation that Reika is who you should look into. So Cell does that. Cell, with their exorcist, they're playing the character Hattie. And they are with Arthur, Raphael, and Snake. All of these are call signs. None of these are their actual names. So Hattie and Arthur go to Reika's house to talk to her parents. I can now chat why I've been gone. It's been an ogre this whole time. You can just put it so succinctly by just saying that, and people will support you because of that. Meanwhile, Raphael and Snake go to investigate a Priority 3 investigation where at the park there's been noises, sounds, voices heard, but it's thought that it's just some druggie, some vagrant, some homeless person. But Kane recognizes no one's seen anything, and it's always around dawn or dusk. It's probably supernatural. So Priority 1 is investigate Reika. Priority 3 is investigate the park. No Priority 2 given. So they split up. They go and talk to Reika's mom. They learn very quickly that Reika's mom is very strict, very overbearing, very expectant of what Reika should have done, and at the same time has a halo effect on her, where Reika couldn't do anything wrong and was the perfect child and was absolutely amazing, while at the same time, how could Reika be so selfish? At the same time that she was a brilliant student who did amazing things, she was also completely neglectful and running off to like go listen to music at basement shows. It was this weird double think she had in the entire conversation. And then they learn some information about Reika, and they learn that she's been talking to for the past month before she took her own life. Her biology teacher, Moses, as well as her guidance counselor, Amalia. And so Hattie and Arthur go to the school to talk to Moses and Amalia. Outside the front door, Arthur Nissan. Oh my gosh. Otsu. Going to the school, they found Amalia outside. And they're talking to Amalia, getting some information from her. And they basically are asking her, hey, can we talk to Moses? Because they got information from Reika's household that Reika was closer to Moses, her biology teacher, than she was to Amalia, the guidance counselor. And so Amalia is like, oh, Moses? Him? All he does is just sit up in the classroom all day working. And Cell basically immediately clocked, wait a second. He stows away up there. Apparently he goes out to drink at night, like at the bar every night, and then just goes home to pass out before going to school the next day. He shuts himself off from all of his classwork and all of his students. Moses is the ogre. And Cell picked up very quickly that the teacher who was trying to help his student, the teacher who feels that he failed to save his student from taking her own life, is the one that manifested an ogre, not the student who took her own life. So, they then proceed to talk to Moses. They get a beat on him. They learn a lot about him, what his struggles are. They learn that not only has he lost Reika when he thought he was trying to help her, he lost his mother somewhat recently, and he lost his wife somewhat recently. And he very clearly is demonstrating his care and interest in supporting students, kids. He as a teacher, the thing that's pulling him back from the brink is his thought and hope of, I couldn't save Reika, I couldn't keep my wife, I couldn't save my mom. I can at least help some of these kids. I can help them in some capacity. So then they leave, they go over to the park, they meet up with Raphael and Snake. Raphael and Snake apparently encountered a poltergeist, some minor drifter, some minor manifestation of the psychic sea that could see the future. And it really freaked out Raphael in particular. But doesn't matter. Also, this is the last of my deductive genius. From then on, it was stumbling, and we can totally kill it with trauma questions, right? Yeah. So, that's session 1. And at the end of session 1, the miasma spreads to the park as they're there. Start of session 2. At the start of session 2, it pours rain. And I don't mean it starts raining. I mean, the way I described it to Cell is, do you remember the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge? And they say, yeah. And I say, imagine if the entire sky did that on Thunderfeld, the town that you're in. There's a sheet of water that slams down on the entire town, followed by pouring rain. the sky opened up, and it is cold, it is wet, it is they're stuck in the mud now. They're surrounded by miasma, and this was a tension move. There's a pressure move, sorry, from one of the domains of the ogre, where it can control the weather, and it made it as disruptive and obstructive as possible. Pouring frigid rain that slams you into the mud. So they leave. They reconnect. They try to leave the park. They try to go back to the school, and then they end up going to what we decided was Moonbucks, because we're doing a very, like, this is a show that can't afford the rights to all of the popular brandings. So every time we make a reference, it's like we open up the Pell computer or we go over to Moonbucks Coffee. But so they go over to Moonbucks, they talk about what they want to do. They say, okay, we just got to go for the palace. The palace is somewhere in the school. They go there and they realize they don't know where the school is. So I'm just going to ask someone. They see someone window shopping. They're like, hey, do you know where the school is? And the person turns to them and their face is covered in moldy mildew. What Sel thought was a puffy jacket and matching white pants is actually white mold covering this figure. Their skin is flaking with spores and black splotches as they realize this is a stumbler. And another one comes out of the alleyway. And there's a crowd of them up ahead. So the party goes, oh no, and starts fighting these stumblers. And I learned this was my first Kane combat that I've run. Rolls being hard are an absolute nightmare. Because I ruled that given that they're in pouring frigid rain, every roll was hard. They had so many times where they would roll like 46 and get like 3, 5, 5, 5. That would have been an amazing roll had it not been hard, because in Kane, every roll 4+ is a success, unless it's hard, in which case only a 6 is a success. So this was a situation where consistently Sel kept rolling 4s and 5s, but like no 6s. So eventually they just had to run. It was them against 2 stumblers, and then there's a crowd off in the distance that they accidentally got to come closer because they fired a gun in downtown. So they run, they sprint past, they take some damage. Arthur gets trapped in a crowd, he's surrounded, and it's a matter of they have to rescue him real quick. Raphael grappled one of the stumblers, but got stuck to it because it's just this mold and mildew that's stuck to her chest. She had to be cut out. They escape. They go to the school. It's not a kind of rough hard, it's a you are going to cry hard. Exactly. Yeah, they were fun guy. So, not to mention stumblers reduce incoming slashes by 1. Some characters can't even strike them. Yeah, so just get good. So they go to the school. They break in the front door, and the SWAT team is already on their way. I already set up a talisman because they were firing shots downtown. So the SWAT team got called, local people called 911, and breaking into the school advanced that like by 2 slashes, because automatically the school sent an alarm to the police department, hey, someone just broke in. And they go over to the classroom and they meet up with Moses. Can you eat the stumblers? Probably wouldn't advise it, but you could. Are they edible? I mean, probably. Like, anything is edible anything is edible once. It'll be the best thing you've had for the rest of your life. So they go to school, they meet up with Moses, and they basically prey upon Moses's like paternal instincts. They prey upon his like father complex. They prey upon the fact that he wants to help kids as best he can. So they take a rest in his classroom, and then they realize he's gone. And he's an alcoholic. They picked up on this earlier. He went to go drink, separate from them. He didn't want the kids to see. So they using the power of flux, the power of time manipulation, they grab one of his bottles, reverse time on it, and follow it into the basement. In the basement, it's set up in a little spot at a chair in a storage room. And they're like, okay, where is he? Like, he drinks here, but where did he go? And then they realize that in order to enter the palace, you need to do some action. For instance, Arthur, the only exorcist that had any experience in this party, said, in our fight against the Lord that we fought last time, we had to enter an archway while hailing Mary. So you had to give like a Hail Mary as you walk through an archway, and then you would enter into the palace. So here, they realized you have to sit on the chair and take a drink of alcohol. And then they got transported to basically the back rooms, right? They're in this dingy recreation of smushed together school pieces. There's a classroom that is filled with rotting, desiccated chairs and desks. In the corner is a pile of broken glass from dozens of bottles. In another room, there's this boiler room that is 40, 50, 60 water heaters that this humid heat blasts you from. The entire place reeks of alcohol, specifically whiskey, but also vodka, also rum. And in the distance, you can hear children laughing, crying, arguing, bantering, as young as toddlers, as old as middle schoolers. And occasionally, you'll just hear off in the distance, Moses! This feminine voice calling out Moses. That was the palace. They wander around. Eventually, they find this room that is painted baby blue, and it's peeling. There is a crib in the center that is broken. There are destroyed, rotted toys all around. For instance, when they met with Moses, he was listening to a World War II podcast off in the corner of the room. There's a whole like diorama of World War II era toys off in the corner. They're all broken and rotting and decayed. So what is a palace? In this, the sin, the ogre that you're fighting, has this pocket dimension that it originates from. You have to go into that pocket dimension to kill it. The palace is basically like a persona palace. It is a manifestation of the inner psychology of the person manifesting a sin. So there's all this going on. And something that my player picked up on was that this room did not have a pile of black sludge in it. Every room in the palace had this pile of black sludge in it. Unclear what it was. Turned out that it was related to one of the domains. But my player, Cell, theorized all of these piles of black sludge represent places that Moses has started drinking. And the crib room was the only room in the entire palace that didn't have this. And then, as there, what if the sin's source dies? So a host can manifest a sin post-mortem. A sin does not need to be tied to a living host. Very common, hounds, the revenge sin, very common. They're the most common to be post-mortem because if someone kills you, you probably want revenge on them. And if you have grace, if you have the psychic manifestation ability, if you want revenge on someone that badly, you will manifest a hound. You said depression in the ground and neurons fire, yeah. Why is everyone talking about eating the ogre? It doesn't even sound that good. Oh no, he ate the baby. So anyway, the sin attacks. And the sin is this pile, the sludging pile of black mud. In it are white strands of like mold or mycelium. It stinks of whiskey. It has this leech face on it, this leech mouth with teeth that bite down on you. And it has a second secret one that is lower beneath it. And when it gets close to you, hands reach out from it, grasping at you, but not holding you, like toddler hands, reaching from the goop. Hey, I've been watching a lot of your stream content and I'd love to stay for the stream, but can't. Hope you have a good stream. Well, enjoy, Cow Dragon. Enjoy the VOD if you come back. So it has this leech face. It has a second one that's secret that you don't know about. And then these hands, these like toddler, infant, child hands, reach out to like just grab at you. Not to hold you, but to just grab at whatever's closest. And they fight the sin. It's a fairly drawn out fight. I wouldn't say it was super, super difficult, but it was harrowing. because this was the first sin fight that the player and also their character Hattie had encountered. They managed to kill it. At some point, Moses gets involved, sees his own sin, goes, "Oh my god," and then passes out. They escape the palace, they exfiltrate, and all is well. But buried the baby. So the thing that this was, the kind of postmortem that I talked about with Cell with this, the trauma questions are what pushed you into this hole? What keeps you from going over the edge? And what do you feel most shame for? What pushed you into this hole? It was correctly surmised by my player that it was Reika taking her own life. This was the galvanizing of Moses feeling he failed yet another person. He could have saved her. He could have helped her. He feels responsible for this student of his taking her own life. What's keeping you from over the edge? My player thought it might have been alcohol, but it was actually the kids. The thing keeping him from going over the edge is he wants to help other kids if he can. He feels that he can't. He feels hopeless. He feels like he is stuck. But that doesn't stop him from trying. That doesn't stop him from feeling, as a teacher, as an adult, as a man, it is his responsibility to assist these kids. And what is his greatest shame? My player, I can't remember what they thought it was. I'm blanking on what they thought it was, but what it actually was is that he couldn't be a father. Being a father was extremely important to him, and his wife left him. He was no longer married. He is now has an ex-wife. So his goal was to be a father, and that's what the crib was representing. It was not that he killed the kid. It was not that he buried the kid. It was not anything like that. It is he wanted a kid and could not have it. Now, it's unclear. Was it a miscarriage? Was it some issue with pregnancy? Was it that he was infertile? Was it that she didn't want kids? Unclear what the actual circumstances were. The player didn't learn that. But it was clear, or it was the reality that there was some issue where they did not have a kid and he really wanted kids. You have my notes if you want to show them on stream. There's nothing so terrible there. I think there was our little back and forth of before the first session where we were just typing on the same message towards each other. But that wasn't bad. That was just silly. Won't someone please think of the kids? Exactly. So this hunt, I would say, was fairly straightforward. With the exception that it began with, hey, Kane says investigate X, actually it was Y. Kane got the host wrong because they had no information on Moses. They just knew, oh, an ogre manifested like a week after this this eighth grader took her own life. In all probability, it's the eighth grader. Look into her. But so aside from that like twist, which that was about halfway through the first session was revealed. So like a quarter of the way through the hunt, it was fairly straightforward. It was, we knew generally where the palace was. We found the host very easily. And it was just a simple matter of going in, finding it, killing it. They spent a lot of time, the player, wondering, where is the sin? Where could it be? And the sin the entire time was in the palace. This was not a sin that was going to be going out and causing problems. As an ogre, and specifically as an ogre representing grief and hopelessness, it was a manifestation of, I am stuck in this pit. So of course the ogre can't leave the pit. Of course the ogre is confined to its palace when it feels it can't affect the world, just like Moses can't affect the world. But its very aura, the miasma spreading from it, was negatively impacting the local populace. Now, this was like a 3-pressure hunt, which included a rest. If you hadn't rested, I think you would have struggled, but if the player hadn't rested, it would have been a 2-pressure hunt. It very much was not a long hunt. It was a meant to be a fairly short, to the point, punchy hunt. And I thought it might be finished in 1 session, but it ended up being 2 sessions, which was fine. But I had a fun time with it. I enjoyed it. I think that it was a good experience, and it definitely taught me more about running the combat in particular. For instance, I did not use a single threat because I kept forgetting I could use them. I used a lot of stress damage, and I used a lot of complications. The complication system was very useful to just say, okay, I think it'd be a bit much to add more stress right now. However, I rolled a 2 on the risk die. I don't want to deal like 3 points of stress to this exorcist. How about instead, this exorcist is fused to the stumbler they were grabbing. The mold and mildew grows onto them. They're stuck here now, and that's a complication. Meanwhile, if I rolled a 6 on the stress die, I might deal 2 stress, or it might be a complication where I separate the exorcist by like 20 feet, so they have to slightly readjust their positioning. I might have a 5 on the risk die be it advances a talisman by 1. I had multiple talismans where I said, if I roll below a 4 on the risk die, this advances by 1, independent or in addition to whatever the risk result is. So for instance, there was one where SWAT, someone called 911. So I made it a 6/talisman, and every time I rolled under a 4, I would slash it. So every time something bad happened, also the SWAT team was getting closer. Meanwhile, I also did one that was a frigid rain, because they were fighting in frigid rain, and I had this one be a 4 slash, where again, if it was under 4, I would slash it. And once it filled up, all of the exorcists took 1 stress, which was not that bad, because the goal was not to kill the exorcist. The goal was to represent you're fighting in frigid rain. This is not comfortable. This is not easy. You are taking damage from being out here. And initially, I was going to have it repeat, but then I thought, you're already kind of like soaked to the bone. It doesn't matter. So I had a lot of fun running Kane. I'm excited to do it some more. We don't know what our next plan is, but right now we're going to do one of those like roleplay sessions that I talked about in the Kane video. So they're going to get a chance to talk to all the other XOs. They are finally welcome in their dormitory, given that now they survived a single mission, and they actually have some degree of being able to communicate with their fellows instead of just being the newbie that hasn't proven themselves. And it's fun. Fake script session exactly B. And I tried offering fake script to them. They kind of expressed a disinterest in that because they want to be sad, which, hey, you do you. But okay, let us grab some. Let us grab some. Can I fix this, please? Sorry. So I'm trying to select the question. When did you first realize that your colors were black and gold? Was there a story to it? I'm just going through the Q&A section right now. So if you have any questions, feel free to hit me in that question section. Black and gold was something where when starting, I am someone that just likes grayscale. I like monochrome. So I was initially wanting to just be fully black and white. But then I realized I need a pop of color. Pop of color is very recognizable, and like not even just like in an idle pen light sense of like being a part of a unit. It's also just, it's better for branding usually to have a distinct color. So growing up, yellow was my favorite color, and I still really like yellow. And I think gold is a very nice complement to something like black. So I ended up going black, gray, gold as my main 3 colors. Generally, I think it would be like gold, then black, then gray. But those are like the 3 main ones I use. I also have some white. Technically, yellow isn't gold, but it's fine. I just like those colors. I think that I'm a big fan of jewel tones, I believe they're called, where it's darker colors. I'm a fan of crimson and navy over like scarlet and cerulean, right? I'm a fan of darker lower value, I believe, colors. So I like having a darker color palette. I think gold has a nice degree of elegance to it, while at the same time having a bit of warmth. It's not a very cool, like it's a warm color. It's not a cool color. If I was like black, gray, and silver, I feel like that would be a bit too severe. I feel like yellow and gold has a bit of welcome to it. All right, my ride is here. If you're still streaming by the time I'm back, would you like me to bother you? No pressure. We'll see about it. Hit me up in chat if I'm still live. Is your stream time 2 times slower than mine because it's been like 30 minutes since you said you had dinner? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just mostly a monochrome grayscale kind of person, and I just figured gold, yellow would be a great pop-up color. Also, so it's just mostly that I like yellow. I like gold and black and gray and all those colors. I chose a color. There are a couple individuals who also have yellow as their color, and I'm just like, yay! We're on the same color line, yay! Because like when I see like Myoshi or whoever, I see some popular VTuber who their main color is yellow. For instance, Dokibird. That's a VTuber I very much admire. I appreciate her. I think that she's awesome, and she is also yellow coated. I think that's awesome. I get to share a color with Dokibird. But then also it's cool to like have the idea of I have an ensemble with other people. For instance, Rory is purple. Neko is blue. If I am in a group call with all of them, I can very easily recognizably, I'm yellow, Rory's purple, Neko's blue. We can have color codes. We can have subtitles that are different colors. If you want to express support, you can do hearts of different colors. It's all very cute. No color can look bad with black. Yeah, that's part of what it was. Like, I would like a black and white look, but I'm happy with the gold. I'm happy with the yellow. I think that adds a nice bit of warmth and pop to it. I mean, even on my outfit, like, I am in very casual wear. I'm just in a black tank top with jeans, with like dark jeans, dark jean shorts, I suppose. But I still have the choker. I still have a little pop of yellow color. What is an Oshi? So an Oshi is a VTubing term, meaning literally to push. And this indicates a VTuber you support. Basically, it's your same thing as like a bias in K-pop, from what I'm aware. I think that's where the term originated from. And it's the idea of if a VTuber is your Oshi, it is a VTuber you really like. And then you might have a Kami Oshi, which is a God push, which this is your absolute favorite VTuber. So for instance, if I like a VTuber, for instance, I Oshi Dokibird. She is someone that I admire. I love her laugh. I love her content. I think that she's absolutely fantastic. She's not my favorite VTuber, but she is someone I deeply admire, respect, and enjoy the content of. So I would say I Oshi her. Or she is my Oshi is another way of putting it. It can be both a verb and a noun. It's definitely weeb nonsense. And I consider myself more of a TTRPG tuber who is also a VTuber than a VTuber first and foremost, because VTubing is a medium. It's not a genre. It used to be a genre. It is inspired by idol culture. And if you do not follow that, you are not really a VTuber. We are past that point and have been past that point for like 4 years. Idol term adopted by by VTuber culture. So the color meanings used in this model are Eastern or Western. So in idol culture, generally you'll have a unit and they'll each have some identifying color associated with them. So for instance, DP and Gothaprick and Ice Reaper and Koid, if all 5 of us are in a unit, I might be yellow. Let's say Koid is red because of profile picture, Gothaprick is green, DP, you can be purple, and then Ice Reaper, you're blue. If we're all putting on a joint idol unit concert, when I'm performing as the yellow member of the group, everyone in the audience is going to have like pen lights that they'll turn yellow, or they'll have yellow pen lights. If I'm streaming, you'll have yellow hearts. If I have UI for my stream, I'm gonna have yellow. in my overlay or whatever. It's basically a branding thing originating from idol culture, where if you have a group and I am the happy-go-lucky sunshine one, I'm probably gonna be yellow because that's associated with yellow. So anyone who looks at the group, they'll naturally be drawn to it. I want a happy-go-lucky person. I'm gonna look at the yellow one. Oh, the yellow one is happy-go-lucky. I'm gonna watch Arrow. Or I wanna watch the really aggressive bad boy one. I'm gonna click on Coid because red is aggressive. So that's the type that Coid plays. Arrow is yellow just like Teto. No, so Teto is red. Miku is blue. Akita Neru is yellow. And actually, there have been some recent Akita Neru songs that I've been rocking. Like Flop Era is so good, as well as Zako is so cute. There's blue Miku, red Teto, and yellow the yellow one. Shut up! In the international maritime flags, Lima flag is yellow and black 2x2 checkerboard. That means stop immediately. Interesting. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Yeah, that's another thing. I think it would be really funny to do a cover of black and yellow purely for the fact that that is my branding. What if boy bands are Power Rangers? So boy bands, Power Rangers are not. Idol groups are. Idol groups are magical girl groups like Sailor Moon, that they each have a color and they each have a power, and all of the powers are functionally the same, but they all have some minor variation to them. That is my take. I don't watch idols, so I assume that they're all like magical girls. Nero the Yellow Fanloid is her full legal name. That would be very funny. Arrow's yellow screams less happy, lucky, and more jaundice and creeping horror. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Yellow like the Yellow King. Yellow like the King in Yellow. Yellow like the Yellow Sign. Yellow like Persona 4. Unironically, it is a happy coincidence that my favorite Persona game is also yellow. Like, this is the aesthetic of Persona 4. And literally, in like Hatsune Miku Vocaloid, what the heck is green on this idol chart of yours? I don't know. I'm not super into idols. I'm not super into Vocaloid. I've recently been listening to some Vocaloid, but I'm not like into it as the community. So I don't have like color associations. I'm just saying broad speaking color associations where, for instance, if you look at most associations with green, it's associated with nature, chill, sometimes sickness, but oftentimes like wealth, affluence, nature, being grounded. Persona 4 looks pretty. I introduced a chart. Well, so green is one of those colors that is entirely dependent on context, I feel. Green is one of those colors where if you are talking about it in the abstract, I feel like a lot of people assume nature. I think if you're talking about it in the terms of any formal setting, people will think money. And I think if you're talking about it in terms of horror and or health, people will think death and sickness. I think green is one of those colors that, like, yes, yellow does have the happy-go-lucky and then also like the jaundice creepiness. Yes, red does have like the passionate, but also the blood. I feel like green is one of the most varied colors in its associations. I feel like I have a vaguely olive color tone. My first outfit had a jacket that people thought was olive colored. And I hated that because I didn't want it to be olive colored. I wanted it to be gold. And I got it wrong. But yeah, so in Persona 4, actually, so fun fact, Persona 3 is, broadly speaking, blue. The UI is blue, the overlays are blue, it has a very cool color palette, it's very dark tones, it's a very cool aesthetic of a game. Both in terms of like, it looks cool, awesome, but also cool as in the colors utilized in it are not very warm. And I'm trying not to look at Persona 3 Reload because they did this intentionally with that one. If I look at Persona 3 Portable, so just like if I pull up this promo image, this is very different than if I look up Persona 4 Golden, which has a significantly more yellow color scheme. And what happened is that in Persona 3, this was accidental. The blue overtones of the blue-haired protagonist with blue eyes and also blue light and blue overlays and blue blah, 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 that was all accidental. That was all just, they went for a color palette that was cooler. They had a lot of light grays, whites, blues, blacks, a little bit of purple, I think, a green for Tartarus, a little bit of red with like the C's armband. But Persona 4, they went in, we want to make everything yellow because it is a murder mystery investigation story. So they had a yellow overlay to everything to give it that weird, creepy jaundice look to it, right? So in Persona 4, it was actually intentional. So it was an accidental, oh, everything's blue and cool and light with Persona 3. Whereas in Persona 4, we went into this knowing we want a yellow overlay and everything. All the UI is going to be yellow. It is a very upbeat, happy game. It is a very optimistic game, despite the subject material. So yellow both fits that happiness, but then also in the investigation scenes, when dead bodies are depicted, there's this yellow overlay. When the fog rolls in, there's this yellow overlay to give it this creepy, otherworldly look. And I think it worked out quite well. And then there is Persona 5. Hope I get no spoilers for this because I'm playing it right now. Persona 5 is red, which I would say is a representation of the kind of impulsivity of it. I am part of the way through the first palace. I have not played this game in like a month. I got to play it like 3 times and I have not played it in like a month. It is about rebellion. Is about pushing back against the system. It is about making impulsive decisions and not being constrained, which red is a very impulsive color. It is the most impulsive color. It is one of the ones that gives you the fastest, most visceral reaction. It already got... So we have Persona 5 Royal. We don't have... And we also have Persona 5 Strikers. I don't know what's been going on with Persona 5. I've memed one on Persona for so long, I don't think I could engage with it genuinely. And the black and red one with Joker, just like me for real, Persona from Smash Ultimate. Yeah, like, Persona is a game series where... I don't know. I played Persona 4 at a time in my life where it was kind of perfect for me. I just finished one responsibility in my life. I had like a week and a half before I had to start a new responsibility. So I had a week and a half of downtime. I played 100 hours of Persona 4 in like 12 days. That averages out to like 8 hours a day. And some days I was playing like 10 or 12 hours a day. Because I had nothing to do for like a week and a half. Like this was between major life opportunities. So I got to just invest myself in it. And I had an amazing time with it. Persona 3 Portable, I had less of a good time with. I'm not gonna lie. Persona 3 is the one you can play, be a girl, in Persona 3 Portable. Not every Persona 3. Not in Persona 3 Original, not in FES, not in Reload, but in Portable, yes. Red and black is such an alt color scheme. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Alza. You need to dip for Wednesday night movie night, but thank you for the Q&A. Of course, and I will continue reading them in the VOD section, so just come back if you need. Red taught us, red makes things go faster, much like the orcs have taught us. Exactly. Whew. Am I a fan of Lancer? No. I think Lancer's kind of cringe. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know a lot of people are into Lancer. I know a lot of people enjoy Lancer. I just don't see myself talking about it on the channel. Yellow's a lucky color. It has nothing to do with chance. Ain't never seen a purple Persona. Yeah, it's the sneakiest Persona color. Yeah, I don't think I'm a big fan of Lancer. Just never really got into it. Don't know much about it. Like maybe if someone was making videos about the various Lancer mech frames in a way that was both silly but also informative of mechanics, that could be interesting, but red, black, white is the best color scheme. I don't know about that one. What kind of horror do you prefer? I prefer horror that is secret horror. And by that, I mean my favorite genre of horror is horror where you don't realize it's horror until it's too late. Like Persona 5 has the Joker, didn't realize they lived in a society. My favorite style of horror is where I am reading or watching or playing something where I don't realize it's horror until horror happens. I'm playing a very fun action beat 'em up that turns into cosmic horror. I think I have not played it. From my understanding, Bloodborne would count, because even though it's very gothic horror, it is a hard pivot into like cosmic horror at some point. So that I think would count. I can't think of any specific examples, but I'm thinking of horror that is, I have a reason to care about the game outside of it being scary. Doki Doki Literature Club, that is one where I've known about the twist for years. I was back on the internet back when all of the I gently opened the door memes were like new and hot and fresh. So I knew about that. So I don't ever plan on playing it because I know the twist. But that's the same exact style of, okay, I'm going to play this game where it's a romance. I fall in love with these characters. I have the harem that I want to date all of them and go on all of the routes. And then it turns out, it's not what I thought it was. And with Doki Doki, I know it like third hand. I have never watched a playthrough of it. I know all of the memes about it. I have had friends who were obsessed with it. Technically speaking, I watched one person play through it. Like, I watched an hour of one person in a Discord call play through it. That style of horror, the Monica stuff doesn't land for me. As someone that has not played the game, and as someone who goes into all interactions with the game knowing the twist, knowing what the deal is. So like, it just strikes me as gore, right? It strikes me as shock, gore, and Monica being, oh, I'm yandere, I'm evil, doesn't really land for me. I would say in terms of what more traditional genre of horror, I'm not a big fan of slashers or like gore fests or gross out horror. Not because I'm like scared of them, but because they don't interest me. You know? Like, does that make sense? In the same way that I can say like, oh, I'm not a fan of this super spicy food, not because I don't like the taste, or not because I can't handle the spice, but because I only taste spice. I don't actually taste anything good. I don't like the taste of it, independent of my ability to handle the spice. I don't like the flavor of a lot of like slasher and gore and gross out films. Like Human Centipede, just on its outset, I could probably watch that without being scared. I don't want to watch that, right? Cosmic horror, I've talked about many times, I don't find scary. Horrors beyond my comprehension, I just simply don't understand them, so whatever. I am someone that is very comfortable with my frame of reference being confined to a human limitation. So if there is something that exists on a level far beyond even what we can conceptualize, then that is beyond what I can conceptualize. That does not matter to me. That does not impact my life. I still have to pay taxes, whatever. Gothic horror, pretty chill. Like vampires and stuff. One of the options that I might read is Frankenstein. Another is Dracula for the member streams, so that would be like gothic horror. Personal horror, like Vampire the Masquerade. I'm not gonna lie, I really don't care that much. So I guess I'm dancing around just saying psychological horror. I love me some psychological horror. All of the horror media that I have consumed that I've enjoyed has been psychological horror, but I also feel psychological horror is such an indiscreet, non-concrete methodology of describing horror. Monte Cristo, that would be good. Best thing Human Centipede did was be a South Park bit. Horrors beyond comprehension. Big whoops, got tentacles. Have you seen the internet? Exactly. Hey, speaking of horrors, have you played Subnautica? No. No. Horrors within my comprehension. I love peeping the horrors. I should definitely be trusted with the book that drives you crazy and then you kill people. Listen, I think all of these people who said they can handle the book that drives you crazy if you read it because you definitely can't handle it, they were losers and I'm built different. I could handle the book that drives you crazy if you read it because you can't handle it. Thalassophobia, bad. Well, so with Subnautica, I've talked about this before. I have seen a playthrough of it, so I know the plot. And personally, survival sims aren't too interesting to me. So I won't be surprised by the plot beats, and I personally don't find running around gathering resources to build a base, to gather more resources, to build a bigger base, to gather resources, to go on the plot, to find the thing that allows me to gather more resources, to build a bigger base. I don't find that interesting. Like I'm not a big, I don't play Minecraft. Outside of when we played Terraria on stream together, I don't play Terraria. Like I don't play those sort of games too much. It just doesn't interest me that much. Knowing the plot does not make certain areas less unsettling. They do atmosphere very well. Ooh. People getting smited by the gods for the hubris. Not me though, I'm better than them. Maybe even better than the gods. Exactly. Oh no, I lost control of my mechanical horror skill issue. Subnautica is such a good horror game. I think it would be fun to play Subnautica with horror mods, because apparently there's a bunch of mods for it that make it even scarier, like reduce your light vision, make everything darker, like add more monsters. I think I would cry. I am someone who is pretty notorious for like not really crying ever. Like I don't cry at tragedy, I don't cry at pain, I don't cry at sadness. Sometimes I'll get like watery eyed if I'm like frustrated and or like physically exerting, or like my eyes are bothered. But generally, I'm not a crier. I think I might actually just cry if I play the Scary Ocean game with scarier mods. I tried that exact thing, but I still found the game really boring. And that's my thing, right? Is that my issue with a lot of horror, and this is not a good take, but this is a take that like I feel in my bones. Horror is boring plus jump scares. Now, before you argue, I'm not saying that one good piece of horror that you're thinking of and are about to argue with me is. I'm saying most horror is boring plus jump scares. It is walking sim plus jump scares. You have a puzzle meant for a 6-year-old once every 15 to 30 minutes plus jump scares, and that's it. And I think that sucks. I think that the majority of the horror medium is, here's something inane, punctuated by jump scares and like a chase sequence, right? So I know that's the thing also. I don't think that's bad horror. I think that's most horror. Now I think, yeah, mascot horror comes to mind. However, what I will say, good horror does not suffer from this, because obviously if it's good, it's not going to suffer from this. But I think good horror is some of the best subversive, transgressive media out there. I just think that boring plus jump scare is not just bad horror. I think the majority of horror, like 60 to 70% of horror, is boring plus jump scare, right? And that's not because horror as a medium is bad or a genre is bad. I think that's because horror is so broad. And horror encompasses so many things. So because horror, the horror umbrella, encompasses X and Y and Z, if X is 40% like boring and jump scares, and Y is like 30% boring and jump scares, and Z is 70% boring and jump scares, add all of this together, suddenly that's what? 140 divided by 3 is like 40%. Right? So you get to the point where, or maybe let's bump this up to 60%, because let's make Y less good. So now instead, this is 170 divided by 3, so that's like 58%, right? If horror is made up of X and Y and Z, where it's 40, 60, 70, even though X is fine, X is a really good genre where most media is not bad horror. The average of all of horror ends up being bad, right? I'd even say analog horror is like that. I don't know. Because if X is analog horror, no, analog horror isn't like that. And then like, this is like mascot horror, and then this is freaking like slasher or whatever, right? It's a situation where I think horror is too broad a term to be considered a genre. I think horror basically has the issue where you can say whatever you want about horror, and it's probably right. Because horror has so many different things. Yeah, Alien Isolation is one where I've heard fantastic things about it. That's been on my list for like actually 10 years. Effective horror makes you think, makes you dread, makes you lash out. Walking simulators aren't bad, just play ENA. Or ENA? Oh, I played ENA Dream Barbecue. Oh my gosh, I had so much fun with that. Oh my gosh, I had so much fun with ENA Dream Barbecue. I am not a huge fan of absurdism. That was some of the silliest fun I had on stream, where I was just playing ENA Dream Barbecue and I was just going along for the ride, where I was looking for the bathroom. I was just looking for the bathroom, and I eventually found it. And don't worry, I found the bathroom. It's just being scared that can range from shock to dread. Yeah, and that's why I was saying I think it's a cheat to say psychological, because I feel like so much is psychological horror, and I feel like so much is called psychological horror no matter what it is. I haven't played Silent Hill, for instance. That's psychological horror. I haven't played Amnesia. That is psychological horror. But I feel like a lot of people will call a lot of things psychological horror. Psychological horror would probably be my answer for favorite horror genre, because I like horror that makes you think it gets in your head. I don't like it when a big monster roars at you. I don't like it when a serial killer chases you. I don't like it when I see a dead body in 4K and like I have to root through their intestines for a key. Like, those can be interesting if they're used properly. I just feel that 60-70% of the time, those instances aren't used properly. Meanwhile, psychological horror, maybe it's just because I played more psychological horror, I feel like psychological horror is done better more often. I have Darkwood. I played Darkwood for like an hour, and then I didn't finish it, and then I didn't continue it. And actually last year, I wanted to play Darkwood like around Halloween. So like, I would be down to stream Darkwood. I have a friend that is into ENA, and watching them play through Dream Barbecue was a treat. I knew nothing about ENA going into Dream Barbecue. I knew it was like an online show or whatever, but I never watched it. And like, I just gotta say, like, I rock ENA. I'm down with ENA. I tried playing Resident Evil and I never continued after getting to the jail part of the police station because I ran out of every resource and the tyrant was coming. Tasky Maiden is just like me for real. Oh my gosh. Whew. What's the one mechanic you believe other TTRPGs would benefit if they borrowed from insert your fave TTRPG? The one that comes to mind is City of Mist. And it has a system where after the session, you act as if, I believe this is what it is. I can't remember if this is what this is. I believe it's after the session, after every session, you act as if you're closing the credits. Because the City of Mist is a noir detective game where you have like superpowers. So after every session, you I think it's called a nerd out over the credits is the act that you all take, and you get experience and you give bonuses based on what you talk about with the session. One of the mechanics in City of Mist is, I think it's called nerd out over the credits, where after the session is over, once you wrap up for the day, you are expected to talk about the session, say, oh my gosh, Samurai, that thing you like when you fought that guy whose like mythos was a troll, and you like chopped his head off, and then he kept coming for you, and then you did like a football kick, and then said like 4, and then kicked it. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. And then you talk about that. You give each other ups. You give each other like attaboys. That makes it so that not only does everyone say what they were thinking out loud, if during the session I thought, yo, Prudek, it was so cool how you handled your character like talking to their dad. Like that was so actually unironically like emotional. I might think that and not say it. But then because I'm nerding out during the credits, I have an incentive mechanically to tell you that. Also, it means during the session, I'm on the lookout. I want experience. I want bonuses. So when EJ goes over and uses their mythos and barely avoids becoming an avatar, they barely survive with one last crack remaining on their final logos. And they nevertheless still pursued their mystery and ignored their kid because they said, it's what my character would do, and if my character loses themselves to the spirit of King Arthur, so be it. That was one of the best bits of role-playing I've ever seen, EJ. And then boom, suddenly you feel like a rock star because I just said that you did a cool thing. I get a mechanical bonus. The GM didn't have to force you to engage with each other. Boom, every system should have that. And that's why in the system I'm developing, in the one that I'm going to release a video on tomorrow, going over like some of the lore of it or whatever, you get one experience every session, and you get one additional resource. You get one additional experience for every time after the session you point out a cool thing someone else did during the session. Up to 1 per person. So by the same token, I get one experience, and then I say, hey, Ignis, I think it was really cool when we were talking to that Vassal Shatter, and you convinced them that you were a part of a different commune. And I wasn't expecting that. I didn't know you had any connection to the Vassal. I knew that they were in your ancestor species. I didn't know that you actually like connected to them though. And then you're like, yeah, well, I mean, it's a minor part of my species, like lore. My creature is just happens to be an expert on it. And I'm like, that's so cool. I get an extra experience by pointing out what you did cool. And then I can do that if I have 4 people in the group up to 3 more times. So I get 4 experience total. Yeah, Arrow's making a system. Yeah. I'm making a Stone Age species creator. And the best example I can say is that it's like the Spore tribal stage / creature stage as a TTRPG. You are in a world where magic is fading, and you are trying to rapidly evolve with what little magic is left in the world, trying to get to a state where you will be able to survive once magic is gone. My answer is the routine from Flying Circus. Also, the fact of having separate moves for brawl form, serious combat. Yeah. I love GM resources like Fear and Daggerheart. Oh, this isn't from a system. This is just something I've heard online. Click. Who here knows about Click? Does anyone know specifically the D&D stylization of Click as a mechanic? Because Click is a mechanic where if you're in a dungeon and you're walking, at any time, the GM can go, click. And that's to indicate your character heard a click. You felt a pressure plate under your foot. You tripped a wire. You hear click. And you have like 2 seconds of real life time to tell the GM what you do. And I use this in my games when I want the player to no thoughts had empty react. And what this means is that if you're walking in a hallway and you step on a pressure plate and you hear click, you might say, I dropped to the floor. And if an arrow shoots from the other hallway, I might give you advantage on your saving throw because you dropped to the floor. Or I might just say, you fully are avoided. You don't have to make any roll. Clicker training your PCs. No. So I had it recently explained, or I read a post about it. I don't know. Someone was talking about clicker training on Twitter. And I think it's because I follow a VTuber who has been clicker training her audience. I don't really watch her stuff, but I've seen some of her clips and she can do her. Apparently the clicker is a reward. So you don't actually clicker them as a stimulus. You clicker them as a response. So the idea being is that you say, like, I don't know, for instance, you'll tell them to sit and then they sit. So you give them like a snack with a clicker. And then the idea being is that you give them a snack as you click, and then eventually you stop giving them a snack and you only click. Where the idea being is that they associate Pavlovian, because classical conditioning, the clicker with the snack. So then they're like, ooh, that's like the same dopamine hit as a piece of chocolate when they hear the click. You don't click to get them to do something. Where did you play, Anna? Because I looked at your VOD channel and your YouTube and Twitch and couldn't. So it's definitely on YouTube. It's one of the VODs. And yeah, so it is this VOD. It is a YouTube video that was from Twitch. I did not stream it on YouTube, and this was before my VOD channel. So it is just a YouTube video that I uploaded to YouTube. There you go. That's the link that has Enna. This is from, oh my gosh, it's from April this year. Good night. You can really just do whatever as a GM. The rules are just a suggestion. And I'm a big believer in that, right? I'm a huge believer in the rules are a suggestion. Stop treating them like gospel. The more you do that, the less you're GMing. The more you're just kind of being an administrator of rules. And I feel... Oh, so sorry, with click, back to click, because apparently clicker training is a reward, not a stimulus, which makes sense. But if, for instance, this is a pit trap, and you step on a platform, and you step on a something that clicks, a pressure plate, if I say click, and then you say I hit the floor, I will say, okay, make your save with disadvantage, because you threw yourself down into a pit trap. You threw yourself into the trap instead of away from it. So you might say, I back up, which would not help with the arrow coming at you. You might say, I raise up my shield, which would not help with the pit trap. You have different ways of non-mechanically impacting the mechanics of the game, which I think is the single greatest strength of TTRPGs, which is why I've had times, and the example that comes to mind, I don't know why, it's such a minor one. I was running for a group of players. None of them had ever played before. And one of them wanted to be I think it was like a Aasimar with wings, or they were like a fairy with wings or something. And they said one of their allies was on the floor next to them. And they, being a new player, didn't really know what to do. So can I use my wing to hide my friend from the enemy? And I said, sure. And I gave them a +1 AC bonus because their ally was shielding them with their wing. That's something that there was nothing in the rules about that. And I think a lot of GMs would say, that's broken. How dare you? That's games balance, blah, blah, blah. And I think, and I was saying this earlier in stream, balance should exist between players. So long as one player is not getting in the way of another player's fun, I think they can be as broken as they want, personally. And now, if you want to have a +10 Holy Avenger and also Mjolnir and also a Ring of Wish and also a +5 Cloak of Protection and also, even if it's a one-on-one game, I'll say no. Not because I don't want them to have fun, but because I think that wouldn't be fun. I think that would make things trivial for them. And that would break the game in such a way where it would not be fun for my player. My ultimate goal is fun for the players. I was talking to a player about this, where my hierarchy, they're asking me about, I was playing with my ring, and I accidentally just sent it flying. Whoops. But now I want my ring. Please hold. I have acquired my ring. It was on the floor. How dare it? Actually, give me... Give me a moment. Wait, what? What do you mean arrow cute? I did no such thing. How dare you? I felt weird because I felt like I was congested, so I went to go blow my nose because I don't know. I feel like every time I stream, or not every time, but like a lot of times when I stream, it might unironically be due to how much I'm talking. I feel like I get congested, and I always feel bad because I'm like, no, I don't want to be congested. I want to be clear. I want to have a nice voice. I want to be pleasant to listen to, not annoying and loser. Preach, the rules are here to facilitate fun, not to grind the game. Ramen steam melts nose. Oh, you're so true. I should have some ramen. I have ramen. I have ramen I can make. It's instant ramen, but I have this like, I think I have a Shibuya ramen. Because I've been having like a shrimp ramen, like a cup ramen, because it's cheap. But I got like a beef ramen a while ago that I forgot about, but I still have it. I can have it. It's so good. Flying Circus as one of the starting option being a magic sword that can cut anything, aka infinite AP, and yet it is not real imbalanced because everyone gets cool, sexy planes. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, I can give you the sword that can rend souls from their bodies, cut the tether of the astral sea, and pierce the veil of illusion, mind, and body. But if you're playing in a game that's far future, where you all have like 50-kilometer ranges on your 40 millimeter cannons, that doesn't matter. Your sword might be cool as heck. It might be broken as heck in close combat. And maybe if someone tries to assassinate you, someone comes in to stab you in the back, they get annihilated. But you're not broken because you're playing like a tank-to-tank game kilometers away, right? Arrow's not cute. Wait, is the entire plurality in agreement that I'm cute? What the heck? But Pablo the Goblin just crit you with the Throngler. Okay. The Throngler is the most damaging weapon known to man. Not for its physical destruction, but purely by the pride. You can sword fight on top of your plane. That is hilarious. Oh, yeah, so click is a mechanic that isn't native to D&D. It's a house rule that I've seen online that I use myself in other systems. Another system also from City of Mist that I really like is flashbacks. Like I'm not going to talk about like bennies. I'm not going to talk about like Savage World tokens or whatever because that seems a bit too complicated. I'm thinking of a self-contained like 1 maybe 2-step system that can fit into anything. Something like bennies, something like plot tokens that I added to D&D. That's all stuff that I think is a bit much. But like flashbacks in City of Mist, anytime you can just say, actually, I accounted for this. And you have a flashback scene too, when you're gonna raid the warehouse. You can say, okay, 8 hours ago, I called up my friend at the precinct and I said, hey, I know you don't want to hear from me, and I know that you're probably tracing my call right now. However, I have a lead that I don't think you're going to want to turn down. I got a tip that at 9 p.m. tonight, the warehouse on 5th Street, you know, the one with the broken window out front? That's where it's going down. Now, I'm not going to rely on you. I'm going to do this myself. But it'd really make things a whole heck of a lot easier on both of us if your boys got involved. Later. See you there. And I hang up. And then now that I'm saying that, now that I said that I did that flashback 8 hours ago, now is when I roll persuasion. Now is when I roll to convince my friend at the precinct. Are they going to show up? So we bust into the warehouse, and then I roll, and I got a 2. I guess the boys in blue ain't coming. The lieutenant thought that I was making that up or that was a prank call. It didn't work. So that's a system where I can set up things, or I can retroactively have set up things to make me seem more competent, because in a game where you're a hard-boiled noir detective who don't play by the rules, you can do stuff like that. It fits the fantasy of the game. And similarly in D&D, I think it's totally reasonable to say, hey, I'm going on this adventure, and in the adventure, when I'm on my quest, I have a flashback back to when I was training, and I was talking with my mentor, and my mentor said, you know, you shouldn't only focus on fighting humanoid targets. What if you encounter some sort of big beast out there? And I say, big beast? What? Like a dragon? And then my mentor was like, well, that's a bit above your pay grade, but sure. I can get you trained on dragon fighting. And then I, as a fighter, make some roll, draw on some knowledge to indicate that I had experience training against dragons because now I'm fighting a dragon on my quest. Instead of before the fight having to be like, what am I gonna practice? I'm gonna practice against trolls. I think we're gonna fight a troll on this mission, and we didn't fight a troll. And I wasted my ability, and I wasted my training, and blah, 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 blah. Because yeah, realistically, you would have no way of knowing that you're going to fight a dragon. Mechanically, and for the plot, if a troll is never going to show up, you should not waste your time training for a troll. Because this isn't real life, this is a story. Using downtime to gain generic preparations you can flash back in and fill in would actually be interesting. I actually did that. I have a homebrew rule system called, was it Fortresses? No. It was just player bases. And what I did is I made it so that, inspired by Strongholds and Followers by MCDM, I made a system where you can build either a fortress or a tower or a... What is the last one? Let me look it up. Player bases. Oh my gosh, I last touched this in 2024. In April of 2024. You can build a fortress or a altar. And out of all of these, they give you different stuff, and you get preparation points when you rest at them. If you spend at least a week at them, you get a certain number of preparation points based on the level of the base. And with those preparation points, you can do stuff like say, okay, I was training in this fighting style. I was training specifically to train against dragons. I was training in order to specialize in banishing demons, right? You can prep to do stuff, and you get, they have that with Bastions, and I made this a couple years ago. I've heard very mixed things about 5.5. I've heard very not great things about 5.5, so I don't know how the Bastion system is, but the exact principle of I spend time at a base, I rest there, I get nebulous preparation points that I can then spend later to have retroactively prepped stuff. Same thing with Kane has KP, kit points. I don't know what Candela Obscura has. think it's literally just items. But it's the idea of you have X points, X slots, you have 3 item slots, and you can just say, I need a flashlight. One of my item slots is a flashlight. So then I have a flashlight now. But for the rest of the game, for the rest of the mission, for the rest of the investigation, I have a flashlight. That means I can't swap it out for something else later. So I might say I have a gun. I have a pew pew. Bang bang. That's very useful. If I need a gun, that's very incredibly useful. If I need an ID, if I need a set of lockpicking tools, that's all very useful, and I only take what I need. But I have a limited amount of KP. I have a limited amount of item slots, so that means I have to make my decisions wisely, but I never have something I don't need. I don't go into my mission with a flashlight if we never encounter darkness, right? I don't know if they did revisit Bastions in 5.5 again, but I found it lacking, and it's just kind of self-serving in a place to make magic items. Yeah, like what I did is that in my player bases, I made it so that a fortress is about marshals. So this gives you stuff like you can train in a fighting style, you can have a spy network, you can train in weapon proficiencies and special weapon styles. So you can get a specialization in light weapons or thrown weapons or two-handed weapons, and that gives you a unique special bonus. Meanwhile, your tower is all about arcane casters, and this literally lets you make like alter spells. And I'm talking stuff like you can, not permanently, but until you next rest, cast Fireball, but it deals acid damage. You can cast Blight, but it's a strength saving throw. You can double the range of Disintegrate. You can screw with your spells and alter them because you're a tower, you're an arcane wizard, and you can do stuff like, one of the things I think is really cool, you can summon a like a guardian. Sorry. No, so with the tower, it's any traps you build have a alteration based off of what school of magic you dedicated your tower to. So you'll have a tower of evocation. You'll have a tower of necromancy. And any trap you have in your base will alter based off of what school you're in. So if you're in the school of conjuration, if you're a tower of conjuration, it will conjure a web that will trap them in place when the trap triggers. If it is a tower of divination, you will be alerted and can cast clairvoyance for free anytime one of your traps is triggered. If you are of enchantment, a tower of enchantment, when they trigger trap, they will have suggestion cast on them automatically that says, you will leave the tower through the safest means available to you. Although you can alter that within reason according to the GM. So the idea being is that with the fortress, you can have like martial stuff. You can train yourself physically. You can train others. You can train in a fighting style you normally wouldn't have access to, or a weapon style that is unique to you. With towers, you can have traps and defend yourself and protect yourself with illusions or charms or necromancy. And then with an altar, it's all about summoning. So this is, you can summon a what's it called? A elemental to defend your base. You can summon fiends or celestials when you're out fighting, because at your altar you set up rituals ahead of time and you can spend your preparation points to summon a quasit when you're out in the field, because you spent the time to initiate the ritual of summoning a quasit that you can then draw on when you're on the field. It's interesting. Like I think it's fun. I think it's interesting. And something that I did is that if you ever have advantage on an attack, or I think it's if someone fails a save by 5 or more, you can choose a damage type to gain advantage in. So if I'm a fortress, if I'm marshals, I can choose slashing or piercing or bludgeoning, spend preparation points because that's what I practice in. And if I attack you with advantage with a bludgeoning weapon, I get to roll double the damage dice for my bludgeoning and choose the highest. I get to roll damage twice, choose the higher if I had advantage on the attack, which is a mechanic I have not seen in a lot of other 5e mechanics. You have very strong opinions about the Artificer. My main thing is that considering the Artificer base spell list doesn't give a good 3rd level spell for the wand, the power of each Artificer is highly dependent on the subclass giving a good spell, so Alchemists and Cartographers got the really short end of the stick. Yeah, you're tinkering stuff like that for Bastions, that they provide extra power that makes you feel like you're commanding a location, but you lost the file. Yeah, so what I basically did, as I made it so that one person owns the base, and they get extra bonuses. They get more preparation points. But everyone who rests there gets bonuses. So if your entire party rests at the Rogue's Fortress, everyone can spend preparation points having trained at the Rogue's Fortress. And what I did, just because it's a fortress doesn't mean you can't have a library. Just because it's a fortress doesn't mean you can't have a place of worship. So every single room, or most rooms, there are different types of rooms, most rooms have a thing you can do in them that you can spend preparation points on later to have said, I did this over the break. So even if I'm a wizard in the Rogue's Fortress, and I don't care about stealth, I don't care about light weaponry, I don't care about ranged weaponry, I don't care about training physically, but I can use the library and spend my preparation points later to have said, I studied this in the library on the mission and still feel useful. I can still gain benefit from it. So if the rogue says, I want my base to be all about stealth, misdirection, and illusion, but I'm going to include a place of worship for the cleric so that they get bonuses to like summoning, right? In comparison, Artillerist Artificers got a wand of 10 fireballs in the new edition. Well, Alchemists, the best spell is probably Haste. It's not great. Oh my gosh. I'm not a fan of Artificers. I'm just going to say it. And part of the reason I'm not is because they were not included in the core rules. At this point, learn to include them in the core rules or don't treat them like a core class. Wizards of the Coast treats them like they're a core class, but then continuously doesn't support them like they are one. And I don't vibe with that. But also, their main mechanic revolves around items. And at least in 5e, items are completely divorced from classes. An Eldritch Knight, a Pact of the Blade Warlock, they have things they can do to items temporarily. A Forge Cleric has an enchantment they can put on an item, but broadly speaking, those are exceptions, and also those are temporary. The main reason you play an Artificer is to make magic items and have more attunement slots, which I think is just silly because much like how the Ranger is the only class that goes into exploration, the Artificer is the only class that screws with attunement and items and making. The Cartographer spell list sucks, but on the subclass about scribing spells, I love the Artificer idea, but mechanically you're almost always just a worse wizard. Exactly. Wizard does a thing where they make every other spellcaster look bad. Okay, disagree. I think wizards are very much a quantity over quality. And D&D has shown time and time again that quantity wins out. Like, it doesn't matter what subclass you are. As a wizard, you get more spells, more flexibility in which spells that you have, and more times to cast spells than any other class. Yes, you have the same amount of spell slots as like a cleric, but you have more spells. And I would argue the abilities of a cleric are much better than a wizard's abilities. But the spells you have access to are stupid as a wizard. You have access to like every arcane spell as a wizard, and some non-arcane spells. The main reason to play Artie is to just metagame technology. Yeah, and I think that that's silly, personally. Dedicated time for Kane campaign yap. What happened in the Ogre Hunt? So I already talked about that. Ever heard of Morta? I just watched a video about that last night, actually. I just watched a video about Morta. If folks are interested, I am absolutely down to play it. It looks like Ultra Kill. I would just need a censored mod because it has exposed female chests. And people made jokes about it being like boomer shooter gooner game, which I don't know if that's actually the case. I think that that was being hyperbolic, but Morta looks like a really fun boomer shooter that apparently is very fun, very cool. Wizard is and has been the best class in both 5e versions. The only downside is fixed by a 1-level dip. Disagree, it's the best class? I mean, from a sheer spell perspective, like, spells win out over everything else, so yeah, kind of. I think from a design perspective, I actually don't like the wizard. I think the wizard gets, like, 3 abilities, and then everything else is just spell casting, and I think that's kind of boring, personally. I would prefer fewer spells, but more wizard abilities, personally. Yeah, Ultra Kill? Yeah, so it... If I look up Morta, yeah, so it's this like low poly boomer shooter where you play as this like armored dude trying to take out a betrayer of your order. It's a first-person boomer shooter. It does have low poly exposed chests quite regularly, and a lot of scantily clad low poly ladies, so I would need a censored mod to play it on stream, but I want to play Ultra Kill at some point. I have heard amazing things about Ultra Kill. I have heard terrible things about the Ultra Kill community and how they interface with streamers, but also every time I've mentioned Ultra Kill, I have seen nothing but support. And like, even when I've said like, hey, I'm not good at first-person shooters, I'm not good at boomer shooters, overwhelmingly people have said, don't worry about that, you'll be fine. It has a very high skill ceiling, but the floor isn't that high. And I have actually not gotten a lot of weirdos when I've mentioned that I want to play it. So I'm definitely good to give it a try. I just have a list. Like right now I'm going to play Dispatch over the weekend. Ultra Kill community is fine. People tend to notice them. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, when you say the community is X, it's almost always a vocal minority. Almost always, like for instance, the Undertale fandom sucks. That's because there's a vocal minority of like 13-year-olds in it, right? Like the Deltarune fandom, like it's a vocal minority of 13-year-olds. My Hero Academia is another one where like the community sucks. No, like 10 to 20% of them suck because they're under 16 and they don't know how to shut up. Like most of the fans, I'm sure, are fine. Most of the community, I'm sure, is fine. Same thing with Ultra Kill. Like 20% of the community sucks because they go up and say like, why aren't you doing this? You should do this, this, spoil, backseat. That's like 20% of the community, which that's what you mean when you say the community sucks or whatever. Most everyone is probably gonna be fine. That's accurate. It's easy to pick up, just play and have fun. And that's why I'm interested in Ultra Kill. My sibling has said how amazing it is. And when I made the Caliban video, I made it an Ultra Kill reference. And I was just like, I've never played this. Should I play it? Even though I'm bad at games. And everyone was like, yes, it is. It is not that hard. You can make it hard for yourself. You can make it really difficult, but it's not that bad. It's super fun. It's super fluid. So Ultra Kill is on my list. Sucked most of they're like 19-year-olds. I actually don't know if the Deltarune community got better. I don't keep up with it, right? Like I know the Undertale community sucked and then got better because like after like 6, 7, 8 years, they just grew up. I think the Deltarune community is skewing young again. I don't know. I don't keep up with it. My assumption is that it is because occasionally I'll make Lancer videos. And then I get people in the comments being like, is this a Deltarune thing? which strikes me as a very young thing to ask, because if you watch the video, clearly no, it's not. It just happens to share the same name as one of the side characters. Something, make it exist and you can make it good. Yeah, exactly. I'm planning to make a really mathematically complicated Wuxia-inspired TTRPG, but that's a long way from being anything. And honestly, I knew TTRPGs was tough work. I didn't realize how much work a small TTRPG is. I legitimately believe that most of the overhead is upfront. And I did not expect that. I expected that it would be kind of like, there's a jump of work and then level, and like there's a jump of work and then it's kind of up, and then there's a jump of work and then it's up, and then there's a jump of work and then it's up. I think the workload of a TTRPG is closer to like big jump, a little bit up if you're like making a one-page TTRPG, then a big jump, and then it goes up. Because like in making a TTRPG and writing one up, I wanted to make just a quick little tiny thing, and I realized, okay, I need mechanics. All right, I need creature creation. How does the mechanics of the creature creation work? How do you actually play this in game? Well, if the entire game is just check what traits you have, if it's easy, you do it, if it's possible, you roll, if it is impossible or implausible, you roll, but it's difficult, that's not very fun. So there needs to be some level of ability to alter it. So how do items work? Well, how would it work if someone assists another creature in a roll? Okay, so I need to make rules on that. Like there's a lot more upfront than I expected, right? And I think I'm basically right here. I think I did most of the hard work. I don't have any art because I want the community to do that communally as an art project, and I'm trying not to scope creep it. At this point, I think that the mechanics are like mostly done. It's just a matter of I have a couple things of I'm gonna finish up some lore. I'm gonna make some flora and fauna that can be like random encounters / minor enemies, and then and then I need to add in a couple example quests. That's really what I need to do. Stop convoluting the maths. The beauty of a D100 is always knowing the odds you're rolling. I like making short TTRPGs. It's difficult, but then it's so much easier. Exactly, and that's why I don't want to make like a 300-page magnum opus, right? I'm doing this for fun. I'm doing this for me. I'm doing this to say that I made one, right? And it started as just a minor thing. Can someone share their notes with me after class? Would be cool if the wargame and RPG had cross-compatible rules. That's fair. Ultra Kill is the type of game where virtually every weapon interacts with each other in such a fun way. You're like, but what if and you try it, and you're like, no way! Yeah, making a system is a non-stop process of if this, then that, then this, then this. And I don't want to make it this 300-page tome. Right now, the system that I have written up, which I'm going to hopefully release soon, is 59 pages at like 12,000 words, right? And that is basically all of the mechanics. Maybe I'll add in a couple more, right? And half the lore, 2/3 of the lore, I just need to write a little bit of lore on the different climates that you'll find yourself in so that you're not just in a floating room. And I am adding each ancestry, because this is a game where you make a species based off of different ancestries that evolved into you. Each ancestry has a little like 3-paragraph long example quest to give you direction as the GM of what would the Grogan want from you, right? Anything is playable with enough coin flips. That's fair. I made a board game that was an expansion of a schoolyard pen and paper game, tic-tac-toe, but the manual was way, way larger. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I've made like a 1-page TTRPG, but it was actually 2 pages because the front page was for players, the back side was for poets, which was GMs. And making a 1-page TTRPG is hard. I'm not going to argue. No, always tell me the odds. Players need to be informed of the decisions they make, especially when they're bad ones. I've picked up Kane thanks to your vids. Awesome, Prudek. I'm interested in running it. Would it be possible to recruit people from chat/Discord? So, okay. So you're interested in running Kane. Would it be possible to recruit people from chat/Discord? Yes. So we have a Discord server. It is in the description of this live stream as well as on my channel page. We have people that have run Kane there. We have people that have run Lancer there. We have people that have run the Stormlight Cosmere TTRPG, Vampire the Masquerade, various settings and systems and time zones. The main thing is getting a group of people that's on your time zone and getting the schedule to work out. So that's fully open season. That is fully, if you join the Discord, you will be able to do that. There's a channel for it. You can make a thread. Awesome. Funny enough, I think one of the few TTRPGs we have not run there is D&D, because no one comes to my channel for D&D. You come here for Lancer, you come here for Vampire the Masquerade, you come here for Kane. I made a little bit of Blades in the Dark content. I made some Wild Sea content. Despite the fact that I make weekly videos on D&D, no one comes here for D&D. You just started a Lancer through a thread in the server? Yeah, exactly. 2-page is probably my favorite. I mean, 2-page TTRPGs are good in the sense that if you have a splash page up front, you can very easily show them something, and then the backside has clarifications. So the front page is, here is how you make a character. Here is how you resolve rules. Here is how items work. And then here is how you handle, the heart system, because this is a dating sim 1-page TTRPG. And then on the back, that's where you can say, okay, here's some lore that you can draw on to quick start a game. Here is some rules clarifications. Here is how you handle setting someone up and or contested roles. Like, the back is optional, whereas the front is all of the essentials. That's a very good system because it's so intuitive, right? Later, Can. When will we get the year in review tier list of guilty pleasures? I have to draw, I think, 5 of them. I have to draw, I think, 5 guilty pleasures. So I might start Sunday stream with just grinding that before dispatch. Because guilty pleasures is something I have not done since I moved. I found guilty pleasures. Guilty pleasures is 5 feet behind me. Guilty pleasures is almost in arm's reach. I've been doing it on Twitch, so I might as well stick to Twitch with it. But question, my Archfey Warlock patron is their father, Thread Spinner, is going to krill themselves, then come back as reborn as a sorcerer. Any suggestion? I'm thinking Wild Magic. I think Wild Magic is the obvious answer. If you want to go stupid, go crazy, you could have it be like Sun Soul, where instead of it being the idea of like key spirit magic, it could just be like the untapped power of the Archfey manifested, like mana almost, which is basically just key. Draconic Sorcerer could work if you flavor it instead of, it's the Breath of Dragons, and more so it's like the sheer unflappability of the Fae. It is the idea of, instead of literally being covered in scales, they have a sheen of glamour surrounding them. Like, you can mechanically do anything and just flavor it to be an Archfey. I'd say Wild Magic's probably the best, but other than dogs, what would you say was your spirit animal or animal you would most rather be other than people? I don't know if a dog is my spirit animal. I would say a dog is my favorite animal. And like, it's very domestic, but I often get called cat-coded. So like, I know it's kind of boring to say like, oh, dogs and cats, ha ha ha. Yeah. Because broadly speaking, most animals I have some major issue with from a spirit and or reincarnation perspective. Like, an octopus would be Pog until you realize that they live for like a year to 2 years. Meanwhile, if you have like a lobster, which theoretically could live forever, like an anemone could live forever, it just doesn't have the intelligence to make that worth it. Something like an ape, like a gorilla and or a chimpanzee, has intelligence. An orangutan, very intelligent, but I don't really do much. Like, I don't know. I don't. Maybe I'm just too like human pilled. But I very much am not the sort of person who I'm just like, oh yeah, I'd love to be reincarnated as as a horse so I could run free on the wild plain. I'm very much a non-person. If I would be reincarnated, I'd want to be reincarnated as a person. I don't really know if I have a spirit animal. AE, Archivist, recently said that I'm very octopus-coded. I've been called cat-coded. I've been called dog-coded. I don't know if I would be like... I mean, elephants are pretty pog, but like poachers... Like, it would be neat to be an elephant, I think, because you're smart, you're long-lived, you have a community. Rocco's Basilisk for me. Rocco's Basilisk is a silly thought experiment, is what I will say. Ooh, shorter lifespan reincarnation speedrun. Wild magic just feels so overdone at this point. Okay. Full stop. Wild magic is boring. Why? Because wild magic don't do nothing. Okay, I cast a spell. I turned blue. I cast a spell. I grew 3 inches. I cast a spell. Now I have bubbles that come out of my ears every time I think about the word baguette. Like, those are silly on the abstract. In play, they're just inane, at least to me. I am someone who, if I have someone who has wild magic, I want it to have a mechanical impact. Not because I think it needs to always have a mechanical impact. Oh wait, I can't wait for tomorrow's video. Shut up. Listen, if I was an elephant, you would absolutely poach me. I don't think I'd be an elephant though. I just think that, like, I know more about elephants than I do about a lot of stuff. They live long, they're smart, they have communities. I think that's pog. I was asked what I would rather be, like, reincarnated as, if not a human or a dog. And, like, I don't even think I would want to be reincarnated as a dog. I think I would just, like, human or bust. Maybe an alien. Can I choose alien? My answer is alien. I want to see what other life there is. I want to see what other planets there are. But, like, I don't think that, like, of the wild magic options, the only one I think is actually, like, legitimately funny is that you turn into a potted plant. Like, that one I genuinely think is actually really funny. But most of them, it's, haha, look at how whimsical you are. Look how silly you are with your increase by 3 inches and blue skin. And it's like, okay, if I want silliness, I like, legitimate, I think that there should be 2 tables. They removed it. Oh my gosh. I think there should be 2 tables. I think that there should be a combat table and there should be a non-combat table. And I think that the combat table should be like 70-30 of, this is like cast fireball centered on yourself. This is whatever spell you just cast, you get to cast it again. This is, you cast blink on yourself and start flickering in and out of reality. And then there's a non-combat table, which is like 20-80 of combat to silly. So this also has, like, you cast blink on yourself, you cast invisibility on yourself, you cast haste on yourself, or on someone else. But there's also like 80% of them are bubbles come out of your ears when you think of baguettes, and you turn blue when you gain 3 inches of height. Like, I think they tried to marry it so that no matter when you hit the surge, you will always have something silly, which means mechanically you suck. Just full stop. You are worse than every other sorcerer that doesn't have it. You're not sometimes better, sometimes worse. You are just worse. Like, I want a wild magic surge that if I cast a first level chromatic orb on someone, I have a chance where I accidentally instead disintegrate them. Because that's really funny. However, out of combat, I don't think I should accidentally disintegrate something because I tried casting catapult, right? And I was trying to get like a watermelon to go up on a roof, right? I think out of combat, there should be this weird, silly, wacky stuff. And then in combat, there should be actually mechanically relevant ones. But there should still be, you turn into a potted plant like 30% of the time. There should still be this completely inane thing happens 30% of the time. Maybe 20% of the time, I don't know. You got to be reincarnated as an alien? Well, now you're Glorbits and you have 3 schmoogs on your quantum? No! Oh! I was hoping to avoid that. Although that is basically what my TTRPG system is. Like, you have a Glorbits and a Bimble Pop and a Wimble Lumble and a Wallablop and a Oralollop. Like, all of these nonsense syllables strung together to make what should be nonsense words. The bubbles when you speak thing is actually quite detrimental because no verbal component. Yeah, but how many of the wild magic surges are actually good for you mechanically? Because no verbal components is a nerf to you. Turning into a potted plant is silly, but ultimately it's a nerf to you. Fireball casted directly on yourself is a nerf to you. There are very few, like there's one that it's like roll again and take 2, and there's another one where it's like refresh all of your sorcery points, but those aren't by themselves interesting. Or for example, cast Fairy Fire as a party trick and making an anti-magic field. That's literally the sort of thing that I think would be fantastic for non-count combat. Like, what is it? Anytime you cast something, you have a chance to accidentally cast Anti-Life Shell. Anytime you cast anything, you have a chance to cast Autoluke's Resilient Sphere centered on yourself. But not in combat, only out of combat. Or maybe both in and out of combat. Casting Fireball directly on yourself is how you get out of most social situations. Well, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Speaking of abilities, what do you prefer? Lots of granular abilities and features or few versatile abilities? Okay, so first off, I need to say something. I've talked about this before. I say the word granular all the time. And I did not know this until a mutual pointed this out, and that you guys started saying granular as a result of me saying it all the time. I have said it at least 3 or 4 times this stream, and now I have a question asking me granular abilities, which this is our shibboleth, right? Like, it's not Arrow Kisser, it is not TTRPG, it's not nothing. It is saying the word granular. And everyone's just like That's how we recognize each other. You say granular independent of me? Okay, shut up, Matt. Granular gang. Oh my gosh, that guy on YouTube, 2063. I didn't realize that you were still making content 30 years in the future. Anti-magic harass. Oh my gosh. Like, I want wild magic to have something where it's when I'm not in combat, I have a chance to accidentally summon a fairy dragon. I think that'd be fun. Hey, Doomington. Why the heck are those numbers after your name? It's because you're the 2063rd? A 50, 35, 15 for neutral, good, bad. That's not interesting to me. I think that the neutral options should be more in the non-combat. Okay, but do I prefer granular abilities and features or lots of versatile? So I'm going to say, do I want Lancer? Or do I want Kane? And my answer is based on the group. Full stop. I think both of them have their strengths. I love both of them. I love the ability to say, okay, I can plan my build from levels like LL0 through LL3. I will take 2 points of Blackbeard, and then I'll grab a single point of Nelson, and that will mean that I, with the Fomorian frame, I can run around, I can pick people up, and I can drag them behind me really easily, right? And then I'll go hard on Lancer, on Lancaster. So now with the Nelson, I have, I ignore difficult terrain. With the Blackbeard, I can grapple people. And then with the Lancaster, I can just hoof it with like the mule harness and whatever. And I'll have the cable, and I'll have my Blackbeard tether, and I will be the ultimate freight train. I think that's a really fun thing that you can do in Lancer. In Kane, I like that fun, or maybe a little bit Kane, a little bit Vampire the Masquerade. I would even say City of Mist is probably a better example, because the tag system powered by the Apocalypse is very generalized. The tag system is very freeform and not granular. It's very versatile. I think something like the tag system works much better if I'm in a narrative mood. So if I want to play, because I love war games, I love 40K. And I'm actually in the process of, over the holidays, like some people are asking me what I wanted, and I was like, well, what if I asked for some 40K box sets? So I'm going to get some NIDs, ideally, depending on the people in my life and what they're interested in getting me. I could try a painting stream at some point over the year. I would need a second camera because I would need to track while I did it. So I could track with my phone and then I could record. I have a camera. I have a webcam. No, that's tracking though. Anyway, I could set something up where I do a hand cam stream where I paint my NIDs. I've not painted NIDs ever. I have not painted 40K minis in probably 15 years. So it would not be good, but it would be fun and it would be good to yap. I think that could be fun. Yeah, both are good, but you have to commit to one where you have like high granularity or low granularity. And I love war games. I love 40K. I love Lancer. I also love City of Mist. I love Kane. I love Vampire the Masquerade. I love narrative. So this is definitely something where, depending on who I'm playing with, depending on what mood I'm in, I will fluctuate back and forth. And I think, broadly speaking, if I had to choose one, oddly enough, I'm kind of leaning towards granular rules for the simple reason of I can abstract that as much as I want. As the GM, if you say, hey, I have 2 LLs in Blackbeard, would I be able to, instead of having like cable systems, could I use like teleportation instead? Like, I know I don't have teleporting systems. I'm not the Morning Cloak. I'm not the Sun Tzu. But could I like flavor it like that? Could I change it mechanically? Because like, I love the mechanics. I just want it to be teleporting. I can say sure. As the GM, I can say, okay, you have a weird paracausal Blackbeard, right? Whereas in City of Mist, I can't really make it more concrete than the tag system. I can't force a box on top of it without kind of butting up against the ethos of the game. Yes, you're butting up against the ethos of the Lancer when you're making something more generalized, more versatile, more variable, but that's GMing. GMing is taking the rules and leaving what you don't want. It's hard to add more rules to a rules light system. Which Hive Fleet though? I am a big fan of Hive Fleet. I believe it's Kronos. Or is it with a K? Hive Fleet Kronos. Yes, so I am Chaos build. But at the same time, I do love the Hive Fleet whose entire job is to go around and kill Chaos. Because in 40K, the Tyranids, these bugs from outer space, these invaders, eat biomass. They fight you, they kill you, and then they eat you. And you might kill 10,000 of them, but if they kill 10,000 of you and they eat you, they get the biomass back. And also they can eat the ones that they died, unless you burn them, unless you reduce them to atoms, unless you do X or Y or Z. So Hive Fleets require biomass, but Chaos uses demons, which when they die, they just kind of disappear because they return back to the warp, they return back to the hell equivalent. So Chaos has very little biomass. A group of Chaos cultists might kill 10,000 Tyranids, but then you kill the Chaos cultists, they were supported by demons, they had Chaos Space Marines, they had cultists. You might only get like 1,000 bodies of biomass in return. And they warp tainted another 10,000 of your dudes, so now you just lost net like 9,000 biomass, right? So Kronos, the entire job of Kronos is to go around fighting chaos and losing biomass. And other hive fleets will basically funnel biomass to Kronos in a logistical supply chain support network. And they will, so like, I don't know, you have like 3 planets here. And if I'm Hive Fleet Leviathan, I will eat you, and then I'll walk past you. I'll fly past you. And then Kronos will come by, eat this, get biomass for free that was left behind by Leviathan. Leviathan will destroy all of the orbital defenders, will like basically destroy the planet's defenses and then move on without eating it. Kronos will come by, gobble up the free snack, and then go and fight chaos and lose a bunch of biomass. So Kronos' whole job is to support other hive fleets fighting chaos, and that's just so cool to me. Yeah, they leave beaten worlds as snack packs, and then Kronos comes and cleans them up, because Kronos needs that support. And that's just so cool to me. They also are... they are black chitin red armor, which the current models I have with me, I have half of a Leviathan set as well as the Swarmlord, because I bought the Leviathan set from a buddy. They're all primed black and assembled. So actually I would just need to paint the armor, which is pretty convenient for me. But all of this said, Kronos is my favorite official hive fleet. Something Rory Rorston told me is that he has a group of orcs that I think he painted where he has a group of snakebites, which are like the beast stagas. And he runs his boys as termagants. But they're painted in snakebite colors because this is a custom clan of his where the weird boy, who is their boss, overpowered the local Tyranid hive mind and subsumed it, and now all of the Tyranids follow that boss, that weird boy, as if it was the hive mind. And so he uses this weird fusion of boys and Tyranids, and mechanically they're all boys. Mechanically they're all orcs. But flavorfully, model-wise, they're a mix of Tyranids and boys, which I thought that was so cool. So because I'm so Chaos pilled, because I'm so Alpha Legion pilled, I would love to paint a Tyranid army in Alpha Legion colors, where the idea being is that it is a Hive Fleet splinter that is effectively being corralled and manipulated by the Alpha Legion to go destroy worlds for them. And the idea being is that it is its own thing. It's its own Hive Fleet. It's not under their control or anything, but the Alpha Legion plays it off of its enemies. The Alpha Legion uses it like an Eversor assassin, basically, and just throws it at a problem, goes onto the world, gets whatever they need, leaves, and then sets up the next tracker in the next planet, another system over to bring the Hive Fleet there. Woo, Swarmlord! Also, they just have the right color scheme for me. Yeah, the orc needs are hilarious. And honestly, like, that was one of the coolest things I've heard about from a custom 40k army. It was so good. Like the orc Nids was the closest he's been to actually rizzing me, which is very funny. What would you suggest Secret Santa for an adult woman coworker? I'm going to suggest that you get a firmer understanding of who she is and figure out what she is interested in, because she could like makeup, she could like sports, she could like TTRPGs. And if she's into makeup, what brand is she into? If she likes makeup, is she into like goth fashion, or is she into more like hyperfemme? If she's into sports, is she into football? Is she into hockey? If she's into TTRPGs, is she like a D&D only? Is she into Vampire the Masquerade? Like, there's so many variations there that just adult human coworker woman. That's the problem. It's this Saturday and I just joined. They pulled it on last Saturday. Have you asked anyone who knows her what she is interested in? Because you could just do a complete random guess. Or you could ask people nearby, like who know her. What I would recommend, give her fruit. Yeah, I was gonna say something completely generic. Since you don't know her, a fruit basket is one option. Chocolate, like nice chocolates, is a nice thing. I asked manager, which is the only contact I have, and they have no idea. Awesome. So I would go generic. I would go like chocolate. I would go some, not necessarily a gift card, but you could do a gift card. Something that anyone could look at and say, yeah, I can see value in that. If I don't like chocolate, I can give it to my roommate. If I don't want a gift card to this place, I can hand it off to someone else. If you give me this little, if you give me a book and I don't want to read it, I can still have it in my library. Godiva versus Ghirardelli. Is this where I say Lynn? I'm more of a fan of Godiva. I'm not anti-Ghirardelli. I just feel like Ghirardelli has so many flavors that I'm not a fan of. Like, I don't want sea salt, caramel, milk chocolate. I just want dark chocolate. And I am someone who I will like unironically eat 80% cocoa. I think I've had upwards of 90% cocoa or cacao. Yeah, like chocolate. Who doesn't love chocolate? So that's the thing where if you got me white chocolate, I would not eat it because I don't like white chocolate. If you got me milk chocolate, I might eat it depending on how good it is. I prefer dark chocolate. So even if you get me something like chocolate, that's variable. But so long as you're not getting like a heart-shaped Valentine's Day thing, it's pretty reasonable. Food is almost always a good one, but it's less permanent and also it's dependent on literal taste. If you know anything about her size, you could get like a shirt that's like a medium if she looks like she's a medium or something. But again, that is kind of dependent on interest. Godiva was the correct answer. I'm proud of you. Nice. Your pride means nothing to me. A wild question, but between in-party romances, character to character, or out-of-party romances, character NPCs, which feels better and or works better? I'm gonna make a hot take. So the question was, in TTRPG romances, does it work better if it's PC to PC or PC to NPC? I'm of the opinion that most players do not know how to make a compelling romance. And they feel as though it is interesting to them because they're the one participating in it. But I feel as though most people watching it happen are going to tune out or cringe. And I think that that's going to happen no matter if it's PC-PC or if it's PC-NPC. The main differentiation is that when it's PC-NPC, it is one player who is the star of the show being supported by his NPC that everyone can awe and ooh and cringe and laugh all at once. If it is PC-PC, there is this pressure that now it's more real. If I am romancing an NPC and I'm flirting with the barmaid and I'm rizzing up the blacksmith and whatever, it feels less real socially. So there's less pressure to get it right. Whereas if Erdrick and Spectre are romancing one another, they probably feel, and everyone else watching them feels, they kind of got to get it right. Because if it's the NPC can brush it off and it's a quirky, funny NPC thing. But if it's player and player, both of them have a direction they want to take it. One of them might want slow burn, one of them might want whirlwind romance. And that can be an interesting dynamic because the NPC is almost always going to adapt to whatever the player wants, just by nature of how the DM will respond to the players. But with two PCs, they're both generally going to stick to their guns on what they want to have happen. And that can lead to conflict, and that can lead to tension, and that can lead to not great things happening in the game because people aren't willing to compromise. So I feel as though, broadly speaking, PC NPC romances tend to work out better, more consistently. Though I would say a PC romance tends to be more rewarding if it can be pulled off, because suddenly you have one, they're together all the time, so it's cute, it's romantic. They can have nice moments. Two, in a fight, you get really cool power couple stuff where it's just like, yo, hands off my girlfriend. And then like you fire blast them and then the girlfriend's like, swoon. Like, I'm so in love. Like, boom. Suddenly it's cute. It's romantic. It's whatever. But I do feel as though the vast majority of players cannot effectively roleplay romance. And that is because you have no game. You are Rizless, and playing a character with a high charisma does not solve that. I'm sorry to tell you. That's not a hot take, that's a sane take. A lot of sane takes are hot takes, because we live in an insane world. Also, I'm glad you like Godiva, Spectre. Milk chocolate with yuzu, lemon peel. Gosh, I want another one of those. I can't. I don't know what it is. Chocolate and fruit, never been a fan of. Like, chocolate covered strawberries, I want chocolate, I want strawberries. Chocolate is one of my favorite snacks. Strawberries is one of my favorite fruits. Don't like them together. Chocolate with like cranberries or whatever. No, thank you. Chocolate with orange or yuzu in it. No, thanks. Also, Spectre, I had a yuzu drink last night. Your name is Yuzu, so that made me think of you. It's a citrus. Rizless, yeah. Yeah, someone clip that whole thing and I'll make a highlight out of it for next week. Stretch with arrow. No, so it wasn't Ramune. It was a citrus cider. It was a yuzu cider that I got from a local Asian market that I don't remember the brand of. Okay, how do I feel about time loop style games where you respawn and rewind with your memories and you'll probably die a lot before you win? That's just a roguelike. And I actually really enjoyed both Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, because I played Shadow of War after they took out all the loot boxes and whatever. There's another one where it's, was it 12 minutes? The one where Willem Dafoe was like a bad guy, and it takes place in one apartment. Stretch with arrow was no, shut up. Why is everyone giving me looks? No, I have a gun. Don't. You're not allowed to call me cute when I have a gun pointed at you. Yeah, 12 minutes. So there are games that like I know of which involve time loops, that involve dying repeatedly and coming back with your knowledge. I think they can be fun. I think it's more interesting when it's Shadow of Mordor, when it's Shadow of War, when it has like the Nemesis system style of the game continues. Your death mattered. What is it? Rogue Legacy is another roguelike where it continues. Infinity Blade by the same team that ended up making Fortnite. That was another game where like every time you die, your descendant comes forward and takes on the legacy, right? It is the idea of just roguelike, failure progressing forward. Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask, you don't die. Majora's Mask, you rewind time. So Majora's Mask kind of counts, but kind of doesn't. Those are Rue Valley, Outer Wilds, that one VR sequel to Groundhog Day. Outer Wilds is on my list. I am almost blind on it. I'm very uncertain of what it is. I know it's a puzzle game. I know you have like 22 minutes and then the universe resets. I know that there's a really scary section that preys on like thalassophobia, which I'm going to be scared by. I own this game and I want to play it. Outer Wilds is a game that I've heard is like one of the best games of all time. You can only play it once. It will only be a good experience once. I've dodged spoilers for years. I want to play it. And like literally, I have been holding on to it for over a year at this point because I'm like, I want to get to the point where I have a more active chat because I don't want to just stream it to no one. I get nervous. Not all D&D relationships can be bad news bears. Arrow, the noises you make when you stretch are the noises in ASMR Sleep With Me. ASMR like ASMR you listen to sleep? Or ASMR of someone sleeping with you? What? Hello, Arrow. I'm just checking in. Also, second Outer Wilds recommendation. Yes, so I have Outer Wilds. It's in my library. Don't think about it. I think there's a missing comma. For the second year in a row, AC6 has gotten a Steam DB update a week before the Game Awards. Please let there be Armored Core news. And then Arrow got an idea to record 10 hours of stretching as ASMR. I mean, I'm very open about this. I don't want my content to be GFE, which girlfriend experience. I don't want my content to be encouraging parasocial behavior. I am someone who I am comfortable when people like say, "Oh my gosh, you're so cute," and like even when people like without any context say like smash or would or whatever, or they make passes at me, I'm comfortable with that. I'm okay with that. I accept the fact that as a public figure that is somewhat femme presenting, and that has an interest aligned with what a lot of nerdy people have, that's just gonna happen. That's whatever. I don't want to encourage that, is my issue. So as funny as it would be to just make a compilation of me like stretching and yawning and making noises and like call it ASMR like Sleep With Me, that would encourage a crowd that would very much push for that. Fair enough. That didn't even occur to me. Yeah, so that's the thing where like there are many times where I want to do something and I think about it for like a minute and I'm like, that would get the wrong crowd. That would encourage the wrong behavior. And I would love to do it. Like, I have no problem with making it, or rather, I would be open to an ASMR or a role play or a like kind of, I don't even know what I don't listen to them. I'm sorry. Like or an audio role play or whatever. Particularly given that I'm a TTRPG channel, I think that would actually be very on brand for me to make like audio role play. But the culture and community surrounding that is so oriented around this idea of filling this romantic void in your life that even if I'm making purely platonic ones, I would be associated with that and people would come to me for that. You're back. What is the topic? We're talking about how I was stretching and that people were like, you should make an ASMR of you stretching. Yeah, creepy crowd. And the girl foe. Listen, I would love to make girl foe experience. However, I am not a girl. I'm non-binary. So if you're willing to accept like the NB foe experience, I could do that. Right, we're talking about chocolate. So like I've brought this up. I think it would be really funny to make unironic like GFE. Like I'm giving you affirmations. I'm like confessing my love to you in like a role play over the course of like 10 minutes, right? I'm telling you how much you mean to me and like how I don't want you to go and how important you are to me. But I'm doing this when we're in the middle of a riot or like a war zone. So as I'm like telling you that I love you for the first time, like a Molotov cocktail shatters behind me and people start like screaming and like cars are getting overturned and like windows are being knocked in. And I'm just telling you how like, I couldn't hold in my feelings any longer. I need you to know how I feel about you. Yeah, like you get shot in the head. And it's the idea of just like, as I'm doing this very sweet, demure, like confession of love, which is like, I assume is what GFE is. I don't listen to it. I'm sorry. Like in the background, there's artillery shells going off and like, we need a medic. Storm the beach. I think it would be really funny. But also, I'm really nervous. On the topic of love confession as the Hive Fleet approaches to devour us. Oh my gosh. Wait. Unironically, like, like girlfriend experience, but I'm a gene stealer. Where like I'm telling you about how we can always be together and how I care about you and I love you, and like how not like none of the stars in the sky will keep us apart. And as the time progresses, it's made more and more clear that I am already subsumed by the hive mind, and I'm not talking about like marrying you. I'm talking about consuming you as the Tyranid hive fleet, as the shadow and the warp approaches, and I have already fully like lost my psyche to the Tyranid overmind. Yesterday I saw one having dinner with my girlfriend when suddenly the Mexican cartel kills her in a hit and run. Oh my gosh. Like I've seen like your boyfriend calls you to say he won the lottery and then gets hit by a car. Like those are so silly. You just want the bad end ASMR? A little bit. There are plenty of ASMR where you die at the end, look at Malkata Ray. That's all you want? Okay. I want a community where simps understand that they're not welcome here. I would love it if people supported me financially, but I don't want people supporting me in exchange for false affection and affirmations. I want you to support me because you understand that as an entertainer, I rely upon the support of my audience, and I want to give my all to you, and in exchange, monetary compensation is one of the best ways to ensure that I will be able to continue doing that. I don't want people supporting me financially so that I can say their name and then they can think that I love them. That is not the community I want. Yeah, you tell him, Arrow. I want Beyblades cost less. Listen, Yuzu, you already are eating good with your yaoi and your Beyblade anime. Your greed is unmatched by naught but your gluttony and your envy. Like, let's not be too hasty here. There's a 40k artist that makes a bunch of girlfriend-style characters, and they made a Gene Stealer cult saboteur trying to convince you that she loves you. You will always be together. The angels come from the stars, and the emperor always had 4 arms. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, that is exactly the sort of thing that I would love to do a voiceover. Because I have someone in the comments who, for like a week now, I thought that they were joking about this. They're actually doing this. They're posting like day 1 of asking for 40k night overview. And then I was like, oh, that's like a meme in other communities. No, that's something that they actually, like, for the past like 7 days, they've been like day 2, day 3, day 4 of asking about this, in addition to other comments, and they've actually been engaging with the community. They've actually been engaging with the content. So it's not annoying, it's not obnoxious. I just never thought I'd be at the point where someone is like, day X of asking for Y, which is so cute to me. If I remember, I will post the image on Discord. It costs $60 for 3 of them. They're spinning toys for kids. Yeah, but have you considered they're $20 spinning toys for kids? So expect a video about 40k sometime in the near future, because this person is asking very nicely and I want to reward that behavior. I don't clicker train my audience. I just selectively choose what I want to support. Like, as you might have noticed, there are people stretch. There are people in my community who will just say like random comments that have nothing to do with the video. I don't heart their comments. I don't respond to them. I let them sit there in languid obscurity and just be forgotten. Let it go until a funny number. Listen, I can keep it going for 69, 420, or dare I say 67. Kids have always been scammed since the beginning of time. Parents can't say no to their kids. My name is Gene Stealer, and I love the Emperor and his normal number of arms. I mean, that reminds me of in Infinite and Divine. There's a Gene Stealer uprising on the planet that they're on. Don't say that curse number. Oh, shush. It's what the kids are into. Back in my day, we said 21 and we laughed. Infinite and Divine had a Gene Stealer uprising where it started with rumors of this like local folk hero who had like 3 arms, or like this boogeyman that had 3 arms, and then it got sanitized by the Inquisition to be like a saint that had a mechadendrite arm, and then it kind of lived on in the local populace until eventually, like hundreds of years later, there became this legend of this man with 3 arms who was this great hero of the Imperium, and it was a Gene Stealer cult. It was a Gene Stealer cult following a... not Brood Lord. It's Patriarch? Yeah, like the Patriarch was like the 3-armed king or something, right? And it was basically mythologized, sanitized, and repackaged into the Imperium, which completely let the cult fly under the radar for years. 6-7 is just the game, really? No. What's so funny about 21? That's just 10 plus 9. Yo, what's 9 plus 10? 21. Yeah, Patriarch leads the cult. Isn't the Patriarch... So, question. Is it the Broodlord or the Patriarch that is the first Gene Stealer to land planetside? Because one of them is literally just a normal Gene Stealer that happens to have been there first. Like, is the Patriarch special? Or is that just the first one that got there? Because I know a Broodlord mechanically is a leader character for Gene Stealers on tabletop. But I know that lore-wise, it's either the Patriarch or the Broodlord is just the first one. I think it was Internet Shaquille who said people watch shorts as their main content are a different breed. He's routinely gotten comments left for other videos. Oh, I've gotten that too. A comment about why his take was somehow anti-Semitic and that was repugnant and he would support them. When questioned, the person said, I don't even remember leaving this comment. Yeah, I have had like a couple dozen times had people leave a comment on my video that was very clearly not intended for my video. Like, I had people leaving like timestamps referring to something specific and saying how they disagreed with it or how that was so funny or whatever. And I just don't engage because it's not meant for me. The Broodlord creates the cult, but the Patriarch is the first descendant that leads the actual cult since the actual Gene Stealer can't, you know. Oh, that part of the Infinite and Divine is great. The Bandit King. Yeah. And where the king in the open is making this big show. So it wasn't that the king was doing the show. It was a performer. And there was initially, like pre-Inquisition sanitization, there were like puppet shows. Because there was this dude who was very clearly like a Gene Stealer who was seen. Rumors spread about him. There was this puppet show about this guy who like mythologized him as like this folk monster, this boogeyman, that the Inquisition sanitized. And then hundreds of years later, there's this full-on opera where a performer, generations down the line, who has a 3rd arm because she's a mutant, pulls out her 3rd arm as she is doing this performance, as there is this massive coup across the entire aristocracy. Yeah, that whole Gene Stealer invasion happened because Trazen wanted to prank Orkin. Listen, Infinite and the Divine is the only 40k book I've read, and I am so happy. I am so happy that I read it. Would you be willing to take a look at the Stars of the City TTRPG system? I haven't seen a whole lot of people reviewing it, and I like seeing streamers. I like interacting with things I like. Well, first off, thank you. Stars of the City. Stars of the City TTRPG. It's a Project Moon TTRPG. Project Moon is like Limbus Company, right? I've not engaged with any Project Moon media, so I probably won't look into it. Also, if I'm being 100 with you, I am not in the position right now to spend a bunch of money on TTRPGs that I myself am not trying to play. So as much as I would love to review them, I don't like go out and pirate stuff just to review it because I think that's disrespectful to the content creator, to the dev. and I'm not in a position where I can just like buy a TTRPG that I'm not going to play. So yeah, it is Stars of the City. Arrowhead's Throne went. Oh, that'd be. I get nervous at the idea of people supporting me. It's for it's free. Oh, then I might actually absolutely check that out. Ninetailed, if you're on the Discord, drop that in the TTRPG channel if you can, and I can look into it. Right now, my current projection for December is I'm going to rush out my TTRPG. I'm probably going to make another long form video in 2 weeks. So another long form like the week of like the 15th, 16th. And then I'm probably not going to do another long form for the rest of the year. And my first video, presumably after the new year, is going to be the girl frame review. Right? Free? Currently working on my paint scheme for my NIDs. What brushes do you like to use? I haven't painted 40K models in like 15 years. I was trying to get into it last year and I just didn't end up getting paints. So I looked into, I'm grabbing the Vallejo Game Start set from like the Vallejo Game Start set, because apparently Citadel paints are not that great. So brushes, I just got a thing of brushes. I don't have specific brushes. I just have a small collection that has wide brushes, dry brushes, like just a combination of them. I'm just going to experiment. And if I do a painting stream, y'all can yell at me at which ones to do. I don't know how to thin paints. I don't know how to like do 2-coat thin paint. I don't know what that means. So I will ask for assistance at some point. If I recall, the Broodlord is leading a group of pure strains to infect a planet. Patriarch is the oldest and generally the founder of the Gene Stealer cult. Got it. Because the Patriarch, I know, can give you the kiss. And the Patriarch is the one that can infect you with the Gene Stealer virus, in addition to literally like reproduction normally. Vallejo pants are where it's at. The only Citadel stuff I like are the washes. Yeah, so I heard mixed stuff about Citadel. I heard Vallejo is good. I also heard another brand was good, but I saw Vallejo. There was a whole like game start set that would have, I think it's like 12 paints-ish of varying colors. There's like all of the primaries, a white, a black, a gold, a gray, a silver, and like some browns. So I think that's like a good starting point. But with the Throne, I did mention that I'm uncomfortable with the idea of simps. So I don't want to be in a situation where I would accidentally encourage that. I already felt weird enough by opening a Patreon. But the Patreon, I can at the very least, if you're on Patreon, you can vote for Lancer videos. So I always feel uncomfortable with receiving monetarily. But I also recognize that's how the game works. So I could open one. I just don't know what I would put there. Like, I legitimately don't know, because if it was on Throne, I would want it to go into content creation. So for instance, if I want to fund a model, that could be something to do on Throne. That could be something to just do with donos. Like, I don't know what to do. I would love to get a proper calmed 2D model. I currently have a free Viroid that I've been using for 2.5 years, or 2 years and change at this point. I don't know what I would put on Throne. Citadel paints are good paints, but expensive, especially the contrast paints are really good for solid and fast painting. They even have a good covering yellow. I heard their whites suck. I heard that Citadel whites do not use them. And that their browns are apparently very good and their skin tones are pretty all right. That's the main thing that I remember hearing. Although I know that apparently the yellows, you say their yellow covering is good. I heard that Imperial Fists suck because apparently the yellow of Citadel is not very good. Let's say there's a path in the woods. If at the end there was a cabin with a princess in the basement, would I slay her? Okay, I have a question for you. Is a vaguely British voice in my head telling me to do so? And if so, is my hand a claw? Those are my questions. Lol, what a question. So, slay the princess. Fun fact. I saw this on Steam before I saw a bunch of people playing it online, before it got super popular. And I saw it and I was like, I could buy this and stream this. This looks interesting. And then I didn't. And then, because I was like, I could stream this. And then I didn't. And then it got really popular and then a bunch of people started playing it. I was like, dang. And I've seen a playthrough. So I know the broad strokes of it. I know the ending. I don't really remember it that well. So like I could play Slay the Princess at some point, but that's another one where I know a lot of it. So best bit of painting advice I've heard is to thin your paints where when putting the paint on your hand, you can see the texture of the skin and fingerprints, but not so thin it loses a ton of color. So how do you thin paints? That's my question. Is it like mix it with water? Is it just literally like take your paint, put it on the floor and like spread it on like whatever newspaper you're painting on? So then it's like thin and not gloppy? So you do literally with, got it. One of the greatest games that came out within the last 3 years. I mean, there's a ton of endings, but just wait a few months until your brain clears it out. Yeah, and I mean, I haven't seen this playthrough in the last like year and a half, right? So it's been long enough, I probably could go in completely blind. Because I've heard nothing but fantastic things about it. It looked like a fun game. It's one of those games where I saw it, didn't want to pick it up because money, and frankly, I don't get that much money from streaming, so it's usually not worth it for me to buy new games. I am making a mistake by buying Dispatch so I can play it on stream, because I don't think I'm going to make it back in streaming revenue. Would I name drop who? Name drop who? Oh, I watched the playthrough I saw of it was RT Game. And also, I watched a little bit of a channel called Short One Gaming. And this is a channel that I saw play through Dragon Age Origins years ago. And I then watched them play a little bit of Slay the Princess, where apparently they know the dev personally. Like they're friends with the dev. So that was interesting. You know, RT Game is probably one of my favorite streamers. Like, RT Game is someone who I've been watching for years and I did not realize I was watching for years. I would say probably my favorite streamer is Doug. Because Doug is just such a force of personality. Doug is so different. And I think that if you've seen me on Twitch and you've seen the sort of stuff I do with my chat, you can kind of see the resemblance where I just ban my chat for fun. The contrast paint yellow is good, but what is really important is Citadel paints, they're not good at all. Got it. Water works, but I think you want actual paint thinner. So I don't have an airbrush. I found the Gene Stealer GF image again, and I'll post it in the memes. Thank you. Drop the Google Doc for Stars of the City in the TTRPG chat. Yeah, so I have a couple games that people have brought up to me and I'm interested in. There's Princess the Hopeful. This is a game that is in the world of darkness where you're magical girls, and I think it's tied to the Fae, where it's not an official licensed product. It is a homebrew system inspired by Changeling the Dreaming, or maybe Changeling the Lost, but it's one of the Changeling games, and you're playing as magical girls. Can you be a magical boy? Sure. I see no reason. Why not? There is Stars of the City, which you just brought up now. There is Girlframe, which I need to do a full review of, including the NSFW parts, because y'all hit 15k, and I'll be doing it in a maid dress, where like I could be weird with it. I could be stanky. I could go crazy, where I could be silly about it. I don't know if I will. We'll see how I feel after reading the what. Oh my gosh, what I could do is with Girlframe. Not stanky. I misspoke with stanky. I shower daily. I don't want to be called stanky. That is a preference that I have. But I was thinking like stanky leg. But with Girlframe, what I could do is I could keep up a very prim and proper facade where very much so as your maid, I am presenting this to you, given that I will be in a maid outros. However, if I ever break, because I'm just so shocked then that means that I have to like do something. That could be silly. Where I am in character, so to speak, where I have to keep a certain level of decorum, despite the fact I'm reading about a system that involves explicit NSFW topics. Citadel white paints do suck, but I also think it's kind of hard to make a good white. That's fair. That's fair. I like Maho Shoujo, but I don't know if I like the name. Ah, they're knocking it all for mixing. Got it. I remember there being an anime where a dude gets turned into a twin-tailed magical girl, and an actual man gets gender bent every time he has to use the powers. That's kind of funny. Speaking of maids, Maid RPG. Yes! People keep telling me to check out Maid. If you break character, then you have to review Maid RPG and talk about how it's... Okay, is Maid free? Because at the end of the day, again, I would love to just talk about random RPGs. I don't have the money to go around buying all of these, and I would prefer and to not involve any degree of sailing the seven seas, so to speak, in my branding. That would feel disrespectful to the devs. That would feel, particularly if I'm giving an in-depth review, I'm not trying to do that, right? I mean, I found it for free, not sure if it can be bought. So if you mean found it for free, like it's posted on itch.io for free, not that you found it on like a pirating site for free, then yeah, I can check that out. I feel like prim and proper reading of things like Girlfriend or the Tyrannid books from the perspective of the ones being... Oh, that'd be so good. Chances are the English translation... Got it. It's not... I didn't realize it was not a English original. Ever watched Madoka Magica? No, and people keep asking me this. And I don't know why. Is Madoka Magica the one with the fire girl that can cast Fireball, but like that's the only spell that she knows? People keep bringing up Madoka Magica, and they keep saying it's really good. Was able to find the Maid RPG site. It has resources. Got it. It's up for purchase. Okay. Yeah. Because like I'm not trying to sit here and like steal other people's content and then make it my own. And even if it's transformative, that would strike me as odd, and I don't want to involve that in my branding, right? I want to, as best I can, support the devs of what I'm reviewing up to the line of if I'm reviewing something that I do not support. For instance, if I was to do a review of like Fatal, that is something where I don't know if I even could acquire it legally. I don't even know if I could buy it. And if I could, I wouldn't want to. I don't plan on ever doing a review of this because it's, from what I've heard, it's not even funny bad. It is like disgusting bad. Same with that, there's one recent one that was like, I don't even know. It's like post-apocalypse, like religious wars or something. Madoka Magica is girly pop cane, half joke. I keep hearing great things about it. Madoka Magica is a great deconstruction of magical girl anime in the same way that Evangelion is deconstructed. Okay. Evangelion is a deconstruction of the mecha genre. I thought Evangelion was archetypal. Also, I've heard a lot of people upset at people who have really only watched like Sailor Moon and Madoka Magica, and then they're like, these aren't real magical girl fans. They don't know what they're talking about because they watched the most popular one and they watched the deconstruction, which I think is a fair argument. It is kind of gatekeeping, but if I claim to be an authority on magical girls after just watching Sailor Moon and Madoka Magica, I feel like it's fair for people to say you're not actually an authority. You're just someone that watched the most popular and the deconstruction. Don't know how much a deconstructed is going to do you. Oh my gosh. Well, because Evangelion, I know, is like, looks inside flesh. And they're fighting angels that are actually just like eldritch? Question mark? I want to watch Evangelion. I've never seen Evangelion. I talk a bunch about mech stuff. People keep telling me to watch Gundam. People keep telling me to watch Evangelion. The Madoka Magica is what if your small magical companion was actually the evil one. Notably, it's a lot more interesting than my single sentence. Evangelion is only archetypal because it created a new type of mecha. Got it. Understood. Anyone that says that about Sailor Moon isn't a real fan. Okay. biblically accurate angels that don't make it into the Bible. So my understanding is that Evangelion is, I am in big robot. Oh my god, horrors beyond my comprehension. Shinji. Why'd you do that to her, Shinji? She's in a coma, Shinji. Shinji, and then that's my understanding of Evangelion. What would you rate that? Like 1 to 10? How accurate? How are we feeling? The Evangelion summary. Shinji, crank that soldier boy. It's not even that. Evangelion is, what if piloting a giant robot actually sucked and was horrible and physically hurt you? Sure. All right, gonna go to the online game I set up in your Discord and use your advice in it. That's like a 3 out of 10. Shinji, get in the mech. Okay. You got some of the highlights at least? Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about Evangelion. I didn't claim to. Have I seen Death Stranding and or would I play it on stream? I have not. I know nothing about it except the entire game is that you're a courier where you're like Norman Reedus. Water makes you age. You have a baby? And apparently it has a really interesting world building where like one dude is selling beer that he fast grows because he uses the water on hops to make it so that he can like do a full growth cycle in a fraction of the time. That's like my understanding of Death Stranding. And then I think Death Stranding 2, all I know about it is that Pekora from Hololive actually makes a cameo, and Norman Reedus can like he can like wear a Pekora hat because apparently Kojima loves Pekora. It's also by Kojima. I have never played a Metal Gear Solid game. It's on my list of games that I don't have and probably won't play for a while, but I want to play the entire series. Right? Oh, hey, you two watched that one video about world building with internal consistency. Yeah, the one specific video, and that's all I know about the game. Shinji, we need to cook. As far as I'm concerned, Evangelion exists to make people who get mad when I say Darling in the Franxx is better. Okay, what is Darling in the Franxx? Darling in the Franxx, I've heard that one. I think I've exclusively heard... Is that the one that's like Evangelion but kind of Gooner? Is that the one that people are really divided on? I think. Waifu Slop? It is Hideo, inventor of the Hideo game Kojima game, if I've ever seen one. What, you don't want me to play Metal Gear? Darling in the Franxx is just inexcusably horny. Okay, I mean, I was talking about this, I think with Cell, I think with one of my friends, where I don't know what it was. Like y'all can back me up. From like 2000 through like early 2010s, particularly anime was so like horny on main. Like, was it just me? Like peak fan service was like early 2000s to early 2010s. I don't know what it was. Like Code Geass immediately comes to mind. A lot of the shonen from that time had a lot of fan service. Fairy Tail, a lot of fan service. What's the other one that I was thinking of? Thinking of one. What am I thinking of? I don't know. Isn't that one with two pilots who have to get into a very lewd pose to operate? Oh, wait, is that one, Darling in the Franxx? Is that the one where it's like, in order to pilot it, you have to have like female who's like this, and then guy who's like this? Is that the one? Like, is this that one? It is very horny, and there's technically a story, but it's not anime to use critical thinking on. Got it. No, I've heard about this. Yeah. Okay. Great story and gameplay. Oh, for Death Stranding, a courier for the survivor bunkers, and you're also someone that can resurrect. And because of this, your blood is a special property to hurt the ghosts, so they make guns to shoot your... What? Yeah, for some... Yeah. In Mandrill Presenting? Mandrill Presenting. Oh, it's a baboon. That's because most of the older fan service titles didn't make it to the US. They exist. Oh, that's... Honestly, that's very fair because like pre-2000s, anime was so niche and forced into a cartoon archetype. Like even into the early aughts, like even into like 2002, 2003, you were still getting 4Kids, right? 4Kids was like the main anime hub. And then you also had like Adult Swim and like classic shonen was coming over. And then once that started getting popularized, then you hit early 2000s through the early 2010s. This is where it's super horny on main. That's where the floodgates are kind of open. And then I think what happened is that now, like mid 2010s, anime is as close to mainstream as we're going to get for a while. So now it's not acceptable to have super horny anime as the mainstay. I think now we have significantly more variety. I think that super like ecchi, I think is the term for when it's like horny on main, but it's not like directly NSFW. So you got like throughout the 2000s during this like rising period, there is this massive boost in lewd content because just everything is being promoted. You tuned out for a while. Is this Arrow's origin story? No, this is your mom's. Sorry. O2 is one of the most overrated anime characters ever. I don't know who O2 is. Don't Google that. I did. 4Kids Franks would go crazy. Anime is mainstream enough that everyone hates anything that has two anime as an aesthetic. I mean, we are at the point where anime is mainstream enough that quote unquote normies, quote unquote people who are not anime fans can talk about anime as if they're authorities and get clout from it. Like there's a big controversy recently where some channel only watched like, I don't know, like My Hero Academia, Attack on Titan, JJK, and like Demon Slayer or whatever, right? And they were like, here's my list of the top 10 anime. And then everything was like shonen from the past 6 years, which had a big backlash in the anime community or whatever. And I think it's the sort of deal where we're at the point where anime isn't going to get much more popular. It's not going to overtake sports, right? Like it's not, American football is firmly in the cultural zeitgeist. Like soccer, global football is kind of coming in, but that's because sports are already mainstream on that level. Triple A blockbuster movies are mainstream on that level. I think anime is kind of like in this double A space where it's part of the zeitgeist, but it's not at the point where like your mom is telling you, hey, you should watch this anime, unless you grew up in a really chill household, right? Unless you're on the younger side and your parent is a millennial, right? Or even like a Gen X who was on the younger side of Gen X, right? And they were into anime in the 80s and 90s. I think we're at the point where anime isn't going to grow much more because it's kind of hit its peak and now it's going to stagnate, where it's going to be seen as like normie stuff. It's going to be seen as basic stuff. And it's going to effectively, much in the same way that Western animation kind of grew up in a arguably annoying way with like Family Guy, Simpsons, and I say Simpsons, but like Family Guy, South Park, and a lot of quote unquote adult animation, which is just kind of crude humor. Hazbin Hotel. They're allowed to say the F word, so they say it every sentence kind of deal. I think anime is going to kind of do that, but in its own direction. And I think the way anime has shaken out is that shonen is the winner. Shonen has been at the forefront of anime, at least in the West, for the past 20 years, 25 years, even 30. and shonen is going to continue to be the most accessible. And then there's going to be like shoujo, there's going to be harem romance, isekai, there's going to be wish fulfillment fantasy, and that stylization of anime is going to retain its popularity, whereas more niche stuff is going to stay niche. Just like how rugby isn't very popular in the US. Despite sports being popular, rugby is pretty niche. Cricket is pretty niche. My dad, mid-80s, is very proud of his rules of anime PowerPoint, which is updated based off the anime he watches. Everybody got a Dragon Ball shirt, though, and I don't know what it is. Latin America loves, specifically Goku. I don't even know if it's all of DBZ, but it's that, like, Goku in particular has Latin America by the balls. And it's kind of super wholesome that when Dragon Ball's creator passed, there was this huge outpouring of support from basically all of Central America. And this huge, just like, our hearts like go out to the family, and like we love, like, here's what Goku meant to me, here's what Dragon Ball Z means. Like, it's that's kind of peak, I'm not gonna lie. Really, is it all of like the big three? Naruto and One Piece? I was familiar with Dragon Ball. One Piece has kind of taken over most of the Western world. I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, most of the world, really. Because like protesters using the Jolly Roger flag from One Piece to indicate that they're protesting. In the Olympics, in the past couple of years, multiple medalists, like gold medalists from various nations, but primarily the US, were doing One Piece poses. Yeah, and Bleach. Because was it Big Three? Dragon Ball, Naruto, One Piece? Because I know Bleach was popular back then, and Bleach was up there, but I thought it was big, or was it Big Five? Am I misremembering? The number of taquerias in Mexico with Goku ads, you love to see it. Exactly. Do not... Okay, I'm not forgetting about Bleach. Literally, when I said the big three, I was thinking like, wait, I thought Bleach was one of them. Which one was not... So which was the big three? Was it Naruto, One Piece, Bleach? And DBZ was kind of like before that? Because the big three, if you don't know, turn of the millennia, around 2000 into the mid-aughts, you had the big three. These were the three largest shonen anime that were primarily taking over the West. DBZ was kind of its own thing, I think. I don't think DBZ was one of the big three. Because like Bleach, like one of my siblings was super into Bleach, and I think it was Naruto and One Piece. Yeah, One Piece, Bleach, and Naruto. Yeah, Inuyasha and Sailor Moon were older, because Inuyasha was 80s, right? Bleach was popular until it sucked, and now apparently came back from the upswing from sucking, but I don't care. Is Bleach still going? Though, didn't Bleach come back? Yeah. Which, like, now I've heard, what is it? Is it Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, JJK? Is considered, or was it was not Attack on Titan, it was Hero Academia. As like the quote modern big three, the big three of the 2010s. Because I don't keep up with anime, I'm not gonna lie. Like, just full transparency, I'm not like actively in anime circles, so I'm not saying this as an authority. I'm like, I've heard the big three of the 2000s was Naruto and One Piece and Bleach. DBZ was in the 90s mostly, right? Dragon Ball Z Kai, Dragon Ball GT came out in the 2000s, but the height was Dragon Ball Z. And then now, more recently, there have been like movies and whatever. In the 2010s, Inuyasha was late 90s. Really? I never watched Inuyasha, but I just had it in my head that it was early. Inuyasha is the one with the white-haired wolf boy, right? With the demon in him? I was thinking of the guy who's a detective that shoots hands from his fingertips. Because Inuyasha... Does what I'm saying make sense at all? Yeah, this is not who I was thinking. This is a separate guy who I was thinking of. So this is Inuyasha. I was thinking of Bleach sucks, and I'll keep saying it. Jeez. I don't even have the means to argue with that because I never watched it. What is Green Anime Boy Detective? Yu Yu Hakusho, thank you. I don't know, is Yu Yu Hakusho? Yu Yu Hakusho is not mid-aughts. No. Because again, Yu Yu Hakusho, I did not watch this. However, I watch Overly Sarcastic Productions, who loves both of these shows. So she, Red from Overly Sarcastic Productions, would constantly reference both of these. The animation style strikes me as 80s and 90s, right? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure's got to be big three for 2010s purely due to how prolific it was. That is very fair. That is, I would say, if I was to say top, like, big three of the 2010s, it would be JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Attack on Titan, and... Because, like, part 4 and part 5, and I think part 3, part 4, and part 5 all came out in the 2010s. Inuyasha is very popular with the ladies in the era. Yu's original run started in 99, your 90s? Okay. Got it. I mean, Inuyasha is Takahashi. For a while, she could do no wrong. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I've watched my fair share of anime. I would say I've watched more anime than the average person. I have not caught up with anime recently. And therefore, like, when I said, like, probably big three of the 2020s thus far, JJK, Demon Slayer. Oh, My Hero Academia was very popular late 2010s. Berserk deserves a shout out. Okay, so Berserk is something where I'm not talking about, like, favorites. I'm not talking about best. I'm literally talking about, like, what was popular. Berserk is something where anyone I have ever mentioned it to, if they know it, they say, amazing. If they don't know it, then they're like, I have no idea what that is. There's a very small crowd of people who disavow Berserk based on principle, due to it concerning extremely difficult subject material. Like, Berserk is a media that trigger warnings do not help because it covers everything. I'm loving Ranma 1-2 new series. Are you talking about popularity in North America or publishing in Japan? My understanding of the big three was that was the three that were big. Well, actually, no, big three was big in Japan. No. Because I was operating under North American assumption. I'm not saying in Japan. I'm saying what made it to the West. What got popular in the West, right? Because obviously there's going to be differences. My favorite anime is My Hero Academia, JJK, Demon Slayer, and kind of One Piece. Yeah, so I think JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Attack on Titan, My Hero Academia, probably big three of the 2010s. And then were Shonen Jump's flagship series, and the terminology just stuck. Yeah, that's fair. Because, I mean, the big three doesn't mean anything, right? Initially, it was describing three of the most popular series. And then, for instance, Bleach got moved to the back of the book, not because it was not performing, but because they wanted people to read all of Shonen Jump. So they moved one of their flagship series to the back of the book, so you would read the entire thing, so you could hit Naruto, you could hit One Piece, you could hit all of the random ones, and then you would hit Bleach. Berserk is pretty much the Welcome to Dark Fantasy, stuff sucks. I would say, I mean, like Berserk is basically responsible for Dark Fantasy. And I personally have, like, listened to someone do a read through of Berserk. I've, like, had the read along up until basically up until the chapter Miura finished. And then, like, a little bit past that, I continued with. I've watched the 90s anime of the golden era, of the golden age, and then obviously, like, Snake in the Black Swordsman arc. So like I know what happens. I don't plan on ever reading Berserk. I would not feel comfortable personally. Also, I just don't have time. Unfortunately, I already know the broad strokes of it. Even though it is a fantastic piece of literature, it handles certain subject material in a way that I would find distressing. Yeah, so like if you're into Dark Souls, which Dark Souls, to me, is my preference over Berserk. And the answer is very plainly just, it does not involve, I will say, non-consensual, not safe for work material, right? And if it does, it is done so in such a way that I didn't pick up on it, because there's nothing in Dark Souls that I'm aware of that is that. There is tons of torture and maiming and death and destruction and melancholy and tragedy. I can handle all of that. The other stuff, I'm very much like, that would turn me off of a series if it's not handled extremely properly. And even then, I will often not want to consume that series purely for containing that material. That is something that is distressing to me as a reader. So Dark Souls is honestly kind of perfect for me. It is depressing, it is sad, it is decrepit, but it doesn't involve that stuff that would turn me off of it. What about One Punch? One Punch Man was a kind of One Punch Man popped off for a season. Because remember, anime and manga are inextricably linked, but distinct. And the One Punch anime, season 1, took the entire animation world by storm. And I've heard nothing but mid things since. The manga might be great, but the anime is what got attention. Much in the same way that with JoJo's, the anime for part 5 really took off in the West with all the memes. Hunter x Hunter, I've heard amazing things about. I watched, literally like the other week, the first episode of Hunter x Hunter with my roommates. It was fine. It was fine. I wasn't enthralled, but I also recognize I am past the point of being like, oh, one episode. If it grips me, I'm going to watch it. If it doesn't, bye-bye. I can episode. I'm past the point of like putting all of my hopes and dreams on one episode, because I recognize a lot of time that first episode is going to have a lot of setup. That episode is not going to be very engaging. Almost always, you're going to have an episode 1 where the tone is wildly different than like episode 40. And that might be as severe as, I don't know, Avatar: The Last Airbender, where the first episode has a completely different tone. If you told me, if you changed the design of the characters and told me it was a different show, I would believe you of the first episode and the last episode. Versus, I don't know, what is, like JoJo's part 3, where the first episode is much more small scale and lower power scaled than the final episode of part 3, right? So that's something where I am past the point of relying on the first episode to be an indication of the show. What I would usually do is I'll get like a vibe check. Do I like the animation style? Or is the character set up in such a way that they seem like they're going to have an interesting arc? Do I hear good things about this show? If the first episode kind of sucks, I can power through that. Okay, I have not consumed any Spy X Family media. And I went to the library the other week, a couple weeks ago, and I looked in their manga section, and they have Spy X Family, but they have like volume 4 and volume 6. They didn't have volume 1. So I was like, okay, I can go over and I can read Spy X Family. They didn't have it. One Punch Man is a great series that has been fumbled twice by anime studios. I ain't got time to watch 30 episodes of series to get to the... And that's my thought process with a lot of stuff. I'm not going to wait 30 episodes to get to the good part. But if the first episode and the first like arc is really happy-go-lucky, we're high optimism, and then at the end of the first arc, they get crushed after 6 episodes, and they realize, this ain't your daddy's fighting arena. And then arc 2 is really dark and edgy, and then arc 3 is a bit more realistic, And then arc 4 is the conclusion of you can have hope in a world that is dark, right? Maybe that's 6 episodes, then that's 8 episodes, then that's 12 episodes, then that's 4 episodes. Maybe it gets good, so to speak, in arc 2. You only have to, quote unquote, get through 6 episodes. I can deal with that. If it's a really well-regarded series, like, for instance, Berserk, the Black Swordsman arc, not that great. I think the context of how it frames the Golden Age is very important to Berserk. I think it's very good. I think the Black Swordsman arc is not well written, by and large. Yes, there are some parts of it which are good. Like, the Count tends to be widely considered fine, but like the Snake guy, not very good. The first panel is so bad that most people, or the first page is so bad, most people consider it not to be canon. That's how bad it is. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't read Berserk. This huge found family the past couple years, Spy Family, The Mandalorian, yeah. Okay, I'm of the opinion, and no one has ever agreed with me on this. I think One Piece is too long. And I think there should be a cutoff after a certain number of episodes where you just stop making the same story. Because this has one of 3 conclusions. One Piece is like over 1,000 episodes. Not only from the perspective of, I, as a viewer, find it very difficult to get into this. Are the characters, when they started, recognizable to how they are when they ended? Because what I can see is that either they are static the entire time, which is boring, which I don't think One Piece is, or they're just constantly flip-flopping back and forth, which means that you never have any stability in the character, which is not that great, or because it's a ever-expanding cast of characters with the Jolly Roger, with the Straw Hats, you'll have a character who they get introduced and they have an arc, and then they're stable, and then maybe they have another arc a couple chapters later, and then they're not touched for 50, 75. Oh, they got an arc, and then another 500 chapters of them not doing anything. And at that point, why are you still telling the story with that character? Why not just, like, Luffy is consistent the entire point. He's the main character. Of course, he's going to have arcs and narrative, and he's going to do this and that other thing. And with power scaling, it's weird and wacky, whatever. As someone that has not watched One Piece, I'm not saying One Piece is bad. I'm saying, as someone that has not watched One Piece, why should I watch this if I have to watch 1,000 episodes? And if you say, oh, no, you can skip blah, 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 blah. Why was that included in the first place then? If it was so good to skip, if it's so easy to skip, this is my same problem with Naruto as well. Naruto is widely agreed that once Sasuke leaves to like go train with Orochimaru, you can just skip until he comes back. Everything else is filler. And sure, there's probably some arcs that happen in there. Sure, there's some character development that happens in there. Probably, I haven't watched it. But why would I... But like, why include it if it ends up not mattering? Is my question. And if it's so readily available that I can skip like 60 episodes or like 100 episodes or whatever until this guy comes back, why does that matter? Well, no, so filler is just there to fill time until there's more manga. Something that I will say, this is a unique problem to manga, because most manga, if you're being regularly published at a publishing house or at a publishing magazine, you have to submit a weekly chapter. If you're publishing online, or you're publishing by yourself, or you have a smaller, less robust magazine, you might have to do monthly. Like one of the manga I follow right now, How I Got Invited to an All Guys Mixer, is monthly. So I keep up with it monthly. Most manga is weekly. And that's why there's the memes about mangaka never having free time for anything, because they're always just making that next chapter. So that means if I'm a mangaka and I want to tell story X, and I hit plot beat Y, and then we hit plot beat Z, and then I go, oh, I don't know how to get from Z to A. I have a chapter due in 4 days that I have spent the last 3 days trying to figure. I'm just going to write something. And then maybe instead of going from Z to A, I go from Z to W. And W still doesn't lead to A, but it's closer. So it leads to maybe V. And then V might lead to U. And then U gets me to A. So plot-wise, it would make the most sense to just go X to Y to Z to A. But because of the time constraints of the manga, because they have to release weekly, okay, I need to pivot. We'll do W. Okay, now I need to resolve W in V. And then V ended on a point that wouldn't make sense to jump right into A. So I'll have a transitory chapter in U. And then U leads into A. Suddenly that's 3 chapters of filler that the mangaka didn't want to write, necessarily. It's part of the story now. But they needed to meet a deadline. But if the anime is also weekly, they eventually have literally no more anime to adapt, at least in the case of One Piece and Naruto. So the issue with that is that, and this happened with like Fullmetal Alchemist, right? Fullmetal Alchemist ran out, did their own thing, widely considered not as good as what happened in the manga. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood came out, swept FMA out of the way. Even though I think that the animation in FMA is considered better than FMAB. Yeah, most manga has to publish a weekly chapter. Not Oda, he takes plenty of breaks. Well, when you get to the point where you have made one of the most popular manga of all time, you're allowed to take breaks. For instance, Berserk's mangaka. Remind me of his name. He passed fairly recently, but for the past like 20 years, he was publishing on and off. And he had there was a reason why, if I mentioned the boat, if you were following Berserk in the 2010s, you're going to cry. Because in real life, the mangaka behind Berserk was taking like a 10-year-long break where he would release like 1 chapter a year or maybe a couple chapters a year. So there's an arc where the strugglers were on a boat that in universe took a couple months. Chapter-wise took like a dozen chapters, and they went to like Atlantis, or like they fought like a sea king or whatever, and that took like another dozen chapters. In real life, it took like 10 years. Mira, thank you. So Mira was taking a break. Mira was not publishing weekly because he was taking time for other things in his life. And as a result, it took him like 10 years to get through like 2 arcs. And if I mention the boat, Berserk fans cry. That X, Y, Z, W, V, Z, U, A is pretty much why One Piece is so long. He said 7 swordsmen and 4 Yonko, and so he had to find a way to include them on the story, blowing it up. And that's the thing. If the goal of One Piece is to get from Z to A, or let's say W to A, you have to hit X and Y and Z, and then you can hit A. But if you're not ready to hit A after Z, then you have to kind of like double back and go over to V. And then V only leads you to U. And then suddenly you go through the entire alphabet before getting to A. And then you realize there's still more story to tell. Dang. And this is what happened with Dragon Ball. The Frieza arc, it's very common knowledge. The Frieza arc was meant to be the final arc. Super Saiyan was meant to be the final power. And then the mangaka was pushed to keep going. Okay, I'll make the Android arc. Cool. Android arc, well regarded. One widely considered a very good arc. Cell arc, very well regarded. Widely considered a very good arc. Boo arc. Okay. I think it's pretty well regarded. Broly. I mean, it was like cool. Beerus. I mean, like, it got him new hair, and like as it got further from the intended goal, of no, I'm not Frieza, how dare you? As it got further from the intended goalpost, it got weirder and, I think, broadly speaking, less good. Now, I'm not a DBZ fan. I'm not going to sit here and say that like everything after Frieza sucked. But what I am saying is that I think, broadly speaking, if you are a DBZ fan and you followed Dragon Ball and then you followed DBZ and then it got to the Frieza arc and then you noticed a shift. You noticed that the story wasn't where it was trying to end. You're making me realize just how many Dragon Ball arcs there was. Yes. And I probably skipped most of them. In his case, it wasn't that he didn't know how to get to. It was more of a, oh man, now I want to write about all 7. So, okay. I mean, that's cute. Like, and that's the thing, right? I will have a thing where X, Y, Z. But at Y, there's these really cool, like, 4 swordsmen that I want to talk. Okay, I can have a little interlude. But then one of them had this cool plot line that I could talk about. Okay, so we're doing this now. But now O doesn't lead to Z. So now I need to go from O to P. Well, now P, that could tie back into one of the swordsmen. So now the swordsman is coming back and I want to talk about that more. And then that's a situation where you kind of buy... This is kind of random. Sorry, I got a text from someone that said this is kind of random. That's basically JoJo. Well, so that's the thing, right? With manga, you have to basically by nature be a discovery writer, right? Discovery writers versus outliners. This is something that like Brandon Sanderson has talked about. Broadly speaking, it's, do you plan everything beforehand and you're an outliner? Or do you just kind of like write with the vibes as a discovery writer? A lot of people find they don't like writing unless they have an outline, because then they can follow the outline, they can hit on the beats, they know what they can set up, what they can pay off. A lot of other people, like me, don't like writing an outline because that ruins the magic. I'm someone that when I write, I love being surprised by what I'm writing as I write it. I love being like, oh, how dare you say that? When I'm the one writing the character saying that. Because it's me in the moment doing character work. And I think being a mangaka, if you're releasing weekly, you kind of gotta be a discovery writer. And one of the biggest dangers of discovery writing is scope creep. And that's why editors are so important, particularly for discovery writers. Because with discovery writers, your editor is gonna tell you, this is meandering. This story started saying, hey, we're going to go from X to Y to Z. And it was cool when you had the 4 swords, but then you lost the plot. This could be half the length and still tell the exact same story, just with all the filler cut out. And then I'm like, but no, the 4 swords were so cool. And then the editor would say, yeah, they are cool. But they stopped being cool after that first arc. So it's up to me to be stopped from going too far. With mangaka, you can't do that. With mangaka, you have this ever increasing, ever expanding. The print must continue. You must be a chapter ahead. There's always one more arc to go through. And that's kind of the meme of like, the One Piece is real. Finally. I mean, Boo is the ending. So I don't know how DBZ ends. So if Boo is the ending, cool. Quick question. What should I do if a player, the bard, wants to help a cult summon Tiamat so he can seduce her? Explain to the player out of game. Well, I suppose it depends on what your thoughts are. But given that you're asking me, I assume that you're not going to let them successfully seduce Tiamat. So explain to the player out of game, your character would know that there is a 0% chance of you successfully seducing her. And I don't mean like, oh, well, if you roll a natural 20. No, I mean like, even if you roll a natural 20, the Queen of Dragons thinks of you as less than an insect and would not so much as crush you as simply step on you as she walked by, crushing all of the area around you without paying you heed. She is uninterested, and your character would know this. And if the player's like, nah and built different and then does an F-boy face, that's an indication that they're doing this just to be disruptive. And that's where you sit down with the player and you have a conversation about expectations. That's where you talk to the player and you say, hey, you seem to be doing this just because you think it would be funny, not because it would actually help the plot or the other characters or the story along. That can be fine, but you're trying to sabotage the plot in order to be disruptive. That's not okay at this group. And then you have a conversation about it. Now, if you say like, hey, that won't work, and the player goes, aw, I was really hoping I could. Like, I think it'd be really funny to like seduce a dragon and like, or maybe they're like, oh, I was really hoping that like, I would be able to have like the good ending where I could help the cult and I could seduce Tiamat and then like I could have my dragon waifu and then I would like make her do good. And you can be like, okay, you're doing this incorrectly, but you're trying to amicably resolve a conflict with the mother of dragons. This can work. And then suddenly you go through and you work with the player to basically say, I'll give you an opportunity to shoot your shot, even though it's not going to work. Don't help the cult. The cult is probably going to succeed no matter what you do. So when Tiamat arrives, you can shoot your shot. And that's where you talk with the character, you talk with the player, you explain out of game what your expectations are. You can even conspire with them to basically say, hey, I can get you your goal of shooting your shot with Tiamat. Be aware it's probably not going to work. Or no, be aware it's not going to work. You're not going to be able to do this. And the player says, yes, I know, but my character would want to try anyway. So you say, awesome. Don't help the cult. Don't go against the party, but XYZ. You can do this and that and the other thing. Help the party like normal, and when the cult inevitably summons Tiamat, you will get your opportunity to shoot your shot. Right? Work with the player depending on what their interests are. If they're just trying to be disruptive because they want to be silly, talk with them about that and say, that's not really the game I'm running. If they are legitimately like, nah, my character really wants to do this, like because they want a dragon waifu or because they want to solve this amicably or this, that, or that, or they said it's their destiny, blah, blah, blah. Then you can work with them in a way that would not disrupt the rest of the group. Apologies for getting a bit heated about Bleach. Yeah, so I think as far as I saw some like disagreements going on in chat, as long as you're not name calling, as long as you're not saying that you're dumb and stupid for liking this thing, I think disagreement is healthy because then that means that we're not all just parroting back at each other the same thing. So apologies are good. Forgiveness is better. And ensuring that you're all on the same page is just great. You're new to DMing? Yeah, so Croissant, if you want to have, if your player's trying to do something that you don't want them to do, ask them why they're trying to accomplish it. And if their reasoning is, I don't know, it'd be funny. It is perfectly acceptable for you as the GM to say, that would be funny, but that's not the game we're running. We're not playing a game where you throw out the plot just to make a joke. We're playing a game where we want there to be a cohesive narrative. Now, if you want to like make Boblin the Goblin your drinking buddy, or you want to adopt the owlbear that you fought, that's also funny, and that's not disruptive of the plot, so go ahead. But this is something where trying to help the enemy, betraying the party just so you can do a funny bit, that's not what we do here. And as the GM, a very important part of the game is telling the players no in order to ensure the fun of the group. Not because you don't want them to have fun, not because you're being a jerk, not because you don't want them to be able to have funny moments, but because them working with the cult to summon Tiamat just to try and seduce her wouldn't be fun for anyone but them, right? Unless you're playing a game where you're willing to throw the plot out for the sake of funny, but that's probably, yeah. So if you're asking that question, you're probably not that kind of person. Yeah, Erdrick, let's not actually be going around calling people dumb and stupid. Or if you are, make it more clear that you're being silly, because presumably you don't know also very well, and you cannot communicate tone effectively in text. So, for instance, like doing /J is silly. That indicates you're joking. Like, Alza is making it clear that they're joking. You're not. So make it clear if you're joking, and if you're not joking, then stop being a jerk. I don't know, that'd be funny. Types apparently forget to be funny. The rest of the people at the table are audiences. Why aren't you laughing? Well, yeah. So Erdrick, I'm not like reprimanding you or anything. Blah ha ha. It can often be used as just like, I'm laughing at you, not laughing with you. So just try and make it clear if there's any ambiguity, because we're all excellent to each other here. He'll probably argue Anger the Paladin, he's playing a worshiper of Bahamut. So I'm not saying don't let the player try. I'm not saying prevent inter-party anger. If it's between characters, that can be interesting. However, if the player doesn't have a good reason behind it and they just want to disrupt the game for the sake of being funny, that's not really productive. That's not really setting the game forward. But if they do have some reason behind it, tell them, don't disrupt the game, don't mess with the cult, don't betray your party. I'll give you an opportunity. You're going to fail, but I'll let you shoot your shot anyway because it would be funny. And then they feel, ooh, I'm on the DM's side. I have a special secret mission with the GM. And you would be surprised how often saying, okay, just wait, makes players feel like they're on the in-group. Now, you have to give them progress fairly quick. Players will get bored of this after a session or two. But if you say, hey, I really want to, like, I'm a dwarf, and I know there's Durgar in this dungeon. I want to sneak away, go talk to the Durgar, and get their side of the story, because as a dwarf, it is my pride to help out my ancestry, even at the expense of my party. And I would tell that player, hey, bully for you. I think that's a great character moment. The rest of the party would probably get frustrated, and the Durgar would almost definitely try to turn you against them. So what we'll do instead, wait, don't leave the party, don't betray them, don't do anything. But when you next meet the Durgar, one of them is going to call out to you and try to convince you mid-fight. So you will get your conversation where you will have to choose between the party and the Durgar, and the Durgar are going to try to appeal to your dwarf sensibilities. What are some things that they can say that would reasonably try to sway you to their side? But also, what would they say that would 100% get you not to work with them? And I would talk to this player, and the player would be like, well, if they call on me as a fellow dwarf, if they speak to me in Dwarvish, if they call back to the ancestors of stone, I would feel compelled to uphold the honor between us. But I don't know. I feel like if they mentioned that they wanted to impose Dwarvish rule on others, that'd be something that I'm like, I don't know if my character would work with that. And I'm like, awesome, cool. So then you're in a fight. The Durgar call out in Dwarvish. They're like, brother, do not forsake our bonds in front of the Stone Fathers. And the dwarf is like, my kin, please, we don't have to fight. And the Durgar are like, no, we don't have to fight. Whether you're above the ground or below it, we're all the same in the eyes of the ancestors. Now, join us so we can put down these rabble and we can smash this filth into the ground. And then the dwarf player's like, what do you mean? And the Durgar was like, well, they consort with elf ears. I understand that you're doing this simply out of convenience, but we have to annihilate them for associating with such disgusting heathenry. And then the dwarf is like, well, no, they're my friends, blah, blah, blah. And then you get the moment that the dwarf player wanted in a way that is not disruptive to the group. The dwarf player didn't leave the party to go talk to the Durgar and then get convinced to betray the party, and then betrays the party, and then the party gets pissed at that player because they feel the player was attacking them as people instead of the character attacking the characters, because people are really bad at separating themselves from the game. Suddenly, it works out. Gotta go play Helldivers. Enjoy! To be fair, so far he's been a good player. His Kobold Bard did work well with the party, but yeah, and that's why I don't talk to him like you did anything wrong. Talk to him like, I want to work with you. How can I make this work? Talk to your player like, what you're suggesting won't really fit with the group. How can I best serve you? How can I best allow you to do the thing you wanted to do? You'd be surprised how quick players are to change their mind when you say, I want to work with you. What do you want?
Because if I'm a player and I want to take over the kingdom, and my plan is I want to go assassinate the king, and you ask me, okay, that doesn't really seem like it would fit with the group. The group is very martial oriented. The group is very in your face. What are you trying to do here exactly? And I say, well, what I really want, I want my character to be a noble, because I think that would be a really cool mechanical thing to like rule the country and like have to deal with all that like administrative stuff. And I say, okay. What if instead of that, because the party has a lot of good characters, a lot of lawful characters, a lot of knights and swashbucklers and bards, what if instead of poisoning the king and doing a hostile takeover, you're given a position where you can participate in a tournament to be their vassal, to be their and then you kind of like work up the ranks and you're like, oh wow, actually I didn't know I could do that. Yeah. What if I get like promoted to nobility and then I like become their right hand man, and then I can like be their next of kin, and then I'm like, awesome. So we'll, in line with the plot, set up a tournament that you can get entered into, get raised to nobility. You kind of go it the good aligned way, the lawful way, because that's what the party wants to do. And then your player still gets to try and usurp the king, but it fits with the way that the party wants to play the game. And then suddenly everyone's having fun. And it's hard. It's not easy, but it is social engineering. It is working with your group. How would a designer go about figuring out abilities with plenty of ways to use them in general problem solving? Like telekinesis could be quite versatile, or illusions or teleportation. Give me one moment. Sorry, I had to turn on my light. I had to turn on my light so that my face was captured. Gosh. I've been yapping for like 5 hours. I started an hour late because I was up until like 3 a.m. last night. So last night when I started the stream, when I set up the room, I was like, I'm going to set it for noon, not 11. I'm not getting up before 11. And I was right. I was in bed. I was in bed until like 11. And then even a bit longer because I was really tired. I'm always yapping. You're trying to get up a timer on the stream? Okay. I got you, homie. Don't you worry. I treat my chatters well. I treat my arrow kissers well. I don't know why you're so obsessed with timers, but yeah. Whew. Okay, how did a designer go about figuring out abilities? Plenty of ways in general problem solving. So you can go one of two ways. One is that you go extremely strict on mechanics. This is the idea of, oh no, you can pick up within a 15-foot range around you, as an action, something weighing no more than 20 pounds. And there's a list of things that you can that you can pick up, such as weapons and ammo and spell foci, right? And then it also clarifies in the telekinesis rule, you can't pick up anything that is restrained and or held down. Or if you attempt to take something out of someone's hand or break a lock or something, you have to make a contested roll of X versus Y. Also, this is concentration, and if you want to shift from one telekinetic power to a different one, it does Z. And if you use a telekinetic strike to throw something at someone, you deal ABC damage. That's one answer. That's one way of doing it. That's what a lot of D&D rules do. That's why I did Imperial System. Alternatively, you could be like Kane, which has the vector power Fling, which is you pick up something that's up to cat size. Your cat scales. So at cat 1, it's like the size of a car. At cat 2, it's the size of a semi truck. At size 3, it's the size of like a 18-wheeler. Like it scales, and it will tell you how big of a thing it can pick up. And you throw it at something, and you get bonuses to your dice based on how big it is and how far it's going and what you're throwing and blah, 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 blah. And because of the system, you just roll dice, and every success gives you a success. Every 4+ is a success. So that is a very light, free-form system. That is a very non-directly mechanical system that gives you the flexibility in order to just kind of work with it. And as a result, you can be as creative as you want. Or you can be as creative as the admin lets you be, right? So with something like D&D, this would not work, because D&D is a very structured, strict system. D&D is JavaScript of TTRPGs. Kane is Python. Now, saying that is a deep cut, because I think most of you don't program. However, those of you that understand, that made you at the very least like blow air out of your nose and you know. Are we allowed to curse in here? Keep it fairly light, but yeah, I don't care. Like, don't say slurs, don't break TOS. So like illusions, for instance, is something where you can either have it be in a 10-foot cube within 60 feet of you, you create an illusion that only has visual components. If any creature physically interacts with it, it sees that it's an illusion. Otherwise, it sees that as completely real and must make an investigation check in order to see blah, 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 like a D&D illusion, silent image. Or you can just say, you create a thing, it looks real, physically interacting with it makes it revealed to be false. Otherwise, they treat it as if it was real. So if I create a wall and there's a monster here, it will walk around the wall because it thinks there's a wall there. I don't need mechanics to tell me what that means. However, if I create a big monster in front of the monster might try to fight the monster and realize it's an illusion. Like that's rules light. Honorable mention to Geist, yeah. Even though Geist is just Wraith. Yeah, and same with teleportation. You teleport 60 feet as an action, and you appear in the nearest unoccupied space within line of sight. And also, if you teleport, you get +1 to your attack roll if you do it before the end of the next turn. Versus, you choose a point, teleport there. Very freeform, very narrative, very easy to abuse, depending on what the rulings are. Imagine that you had to write a monster manual for your fantasy game that consists only of 6 monsters, and the GM has to combine them to get anything beyond that. What monsters would you pick? I kind of did that. So the TTRPG that I'm writing right now is literally, there are 12 ancestries. Each of them has listed 7 traits, and this will be something like arms, or a shell, or mandibles, or bioluminescence, echolocation, wings. And you as a species, the character that you create a species out of combining 4 of them and taking their 7 traits. So you have 28 traits to play with that you combine and mix and match. The GM is expected to do this as well. The GM can also just use these 12 ancestries if they want, for ease of access, but they're encouraged to use the species you create. They're encouraged to use the species that they can just create on the fly. Yeah, so I already kind of did that, but if I had to choose, I think I'm gonna cheat goblinoids. So like goblins, bugbears, hobgoblins, dragons, beholders, So this is, I'm assuming this is like a Forgotten Realms style fantasy world. I'll say elementals. Fiends seems a bit broad, but I'm gonna do it. I am absolutely cheating there. Only 6 monsters, and I would say undead. Right. So if I had to specify, I would say goblin, red dragon, beholder. I mean, we have red dragons, but like fire elementals are the most classic of elemental. But we already have red dragons, so I'm gonna go say water elemental. I think it's probably second most. I like earth, and also earth elementals are classic. It's like a golem. Fiends, I would say that I associate that more with devils than demons because I like devils more, and I feel as though a mid-range devil, like a barb devil, a chain devil, or a like a skeletal devil, bone devil. I like the idea. What if I just do like an imp though, right? And then undead, I mean, vampire is a good option, but it has to be skeleton, right? So I have 6 monsters and you can mix and match them. So goblins plus red dragon is basically just a kobold, right? Goblin plus imp is basically your typical goblin. It's mischief. So maybe instead of goblin, I'll do orc, where red dragon imp is kobold, imp orc is goblin, imp earth elemental is like a mephit, skeletal red dragon is like a dracolich, a beholder is just magic. A beholder red dragon would be awesome. Meanwhile, like a beholder imp would be like fae, like a fairy, right? A skeleton earth elemental would be a fantastic visual of just a paleontological dinosaur bone. Like imagine an earth elemental that is a partially complete Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Like imagine. So that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking of. It's like, what can I mix together to get a range of low-level enemies, mid-range enemies, and a couple high-level enemies? The Beholder is really just because I think Beholder's a classic to D&D. I don't think that you can have an edition of D&D that doesn't have Beholders. That is why they're one of the most iconic monsters in D&D. Dungeons and Dragons has dragons in the name, but Beholders on the cover, right? Favorite fantasy MacGuffin and why? So the issue with that is that a MacGuffin is actually more narrow than most people think. A MacGuffin is a plot device that if you swapped it out with anything else, nothing would change. So the One Ring from Lord of the Rings is not a MacGuffin, because if you removed the One Ring from the Lord of the Rings and you replaced it with the Maltese Falcon, the entire plot would change. Even if you still needed to drop it in the Fires of Mount Doom, you would no longer be able to go invisible. Sauron would no longer be able to find you. It would no longer have a corrupting influence on Boromir, let alone Frodo. It would be completely separate of a story and plot line, because the Maltese Falcon is just a statue of a falcon. The Lord of the Rings One Ring is a proper malignant, malevolent entity. So my favorite MacGuffin, I don't have one, because MacGuffins are by their nature interchangeable. Now, if you mean favorite random magical artifact that is weirdly important to the plot, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Ark, or Lord of the Rings, The Ring, those are different. Those have character to them, have differentiation behind them, have purpose in the story. And I think that they're called MacGuffins oftentimes because it's just easier. It's just a term to use now, but it is something that I think is distinct, and that is a useful distinction to make. The Lord of the Rings ring, kind of hard to beat, I will say. Like, thinking it through, I'm thinking other like popular fantasy stories of just some weirdly important magic artifact. Lord of the Rings is the one that's coming to mind mostly. And the ring from Lord of the Rings is so interesting because it has a personality. And it has an effect on those around it. It alters those surrounding it. And wants to return to Sauron. Lord of the Wings. Marriage. Oh. My favorite MacGuffin is an egg MacGuffin. I don't think I have... Okay. Has anyone ever had like a breakfast sandwich? So what this is, what I think of when I think of breakfast sandwich, I think English muffin. I think Canadian bacon. I think scrambled egg. And I think like a slice of cheese. And this is something that like growing up, I would have this semi-regularly. Canadian bacon, it's just a slice of ham. And like the slice of cheese would usually be cheddar. Sometimes it was like American, but which funny enough, English muffin plus Canadian bacon plus American cheese, weirdly multicultural. If I look up breakfast sandwich, like this is none of this is what I think. This is all too bougie. Like even this with like sausage and bacon, that's bougie for me. What are you talking about? Like this looks amazing. This is not a breakfast sandwich. This is just a sandwich that you might have at breakfast. Like maybe it's because it's hypersaturated. This also looks very good. This is not a breakfast sandwich. Multicultural and tasty. Exactly. So like, does this look incredible? Yes, this is not a breakfast sandwich to me. This is guacamole, bacon. I'm assuming some sort of glaze, like a maple glaze on the bottom, on a croissant. Now, I've been to, back when I was on the East Coast, I would go to Wawa. And they would have pre-built little sandwiches like that. Where they would have, one I remember, it was a bacon plus cheese on a croissant. Absolutely pogging. Absolutely pogging. It was just, like, I don't care that they weren't good croissants. I like croissants. There wouldn't be a One Ring if not for the derailing. Oh, shut up. Like, I make those on the regular. I went to an Asian mart last night and I got some Chinese style sausages. They look like almost like beef jerky sticks or like let me just look it up. I don't know how to prep them, but they seemed interesting and they were cheap. Chinese style sausage. Yeah, it's like these. So I'm assuming I just like throw them in a pan. I have them with like some rice or some noodles or whatever. I assume I heat them, but I don't need to cook them. I don't know. I would need to check the packaging. Like, I think I literally got like this brand. Give me that queso. Oh, queso with cheese and hams. Like, I think I got like this. Cook well, cook well before serving, this one says. So I'll cook it just in case. But they're like sausage links, Chinese style. I don't know what the difference is, but I figured I'd try them because generally, I'm shopping with my roommate who is Jewish. So they generally keep kosher. Not always, but they do have like an aversion to red meat. So I try to be accommodating of that, particularly when I'm making my own stuff. But like, these are cheap. I want some red meat. I picked them up and I don't know what to make with them. I want to make like a sausage style stir fry because I have some broccoli, some snow peas, the sausage. I can make some rice or pasta. I don't know what sauce to make with them is my issue. I love a good sweet sauce. I love like a teriyaki or a katsu or something. They discontinued the gobbler. What is the gobbler? I'm familiar with what a hoagie is, because Wawa's whole deal is that they have hoagie bars, where it's a little like Subway style sandwich bar, except instead of going up to the person and talking to them, you have a little terminal they added that you just input the and then you get your hoagie, or you get your hot chocolate, or you get your whatever. And it's pretty pogging. It's pretty good. But yes, favorite fantasy MacGuffin, under the understanding that MacGuffins are kind of like weird liminal space. I would probably say One Ring. It's boring, I know, but it has a personality. It affects the plot. It does stuff. And it does stuff throughout the entire plot. Quite subtly, actually. It changes how Frodo acts and feels and thinks. I think that Frodo is kind of like a wet blanket. But I also feel that's in part due to the fact that, at least from the movies, the time scale is not demonstrated as well as in the books. And in the books, Frodo is carrying the ring for like months, if not years. All the time. And it is constantly screwing with him. That's why the black blade of Castellan Crow from 40K is quite similar. It's this dude in Grey Knights, these super advanced space marines who are all psychically powered, specialize in fighting demons from the warp, and he has a sword, which is evil. He has a sword that like has a demon in it. And every second of every day, it whispers temptations to him and anyone near him. So he, Castellan Crow, has to keep it in its sheath, on his hip, at all times. He self-isolates. He stays away from his brothers. He stays away from the Grey Knights. And he will go on battle and fight with it alone. Because if any of his brothers approach him, they might be tempted and swayed to try and kill him to steal the sword from himself. So it's a very interesting angle for the character. It's a very interesting angle for Crow, even though he's kind of, again, like a wet blanket. I've noticed that if you have like an evil item, if you have an item with a personality, I feel like a lot of people give that to a character that doesn't have a strong personality, because then that allows the item to be the one that is focused on. I feel like what could be more interesting is if you have a personality X, item has a personality Y. These do not get together at all. They clash. They're constantly butting heads, which is bad for temptation, is bad for the corruption arc that you want your character to go down. But I think it is more interesting if the good aligned, lawful good paladin who has the evil sword that is constantly whispering to him and he's constantly saying, shut up, I'm a good person, I am going to do the righteous thing, I'm going to help out the poor. But man, I really hate orcs. And then the sword says, you know what, I hate orcs too. We can agree on one thing, we both hate orcs. And then the guy says, okay, sure, we both hate orcs. And then they're fighting an orc. And then the sword says, hey, you know how I keep saying I want a blood cost? I never said you'd have to pay it. Give me that orc's blood. I want to kill it. And then the guy's like, no, I'm not going to feed you. And the sword's like, no. Listen. Normally, I'm doing this because I want to get your soul. This will do nothing with your soul. I just hate orcs, and I know you hate orcs too. Do me a solid, and I'll do you one better. And then the character's like, well, this war boss is quite tough. And goes over and kills the orc, and then the orc gets like exsanguinated with a single cut and goes, ah! And then the sword is like, yes! Thank you. Here's a boost of power. Boom. For free. And then the guy's like, oh, wow, this power is quite nice. And, well, the orc deserved it, so I didn't do anything wrong by doing that. Boom, corruption arc. It's interesting. The character has agency. They're not just a wet blanket being pushed around. On the length of Frodo's journey, there's a fairly recent video that shows a hobbit walking from Shire to Mordor in Lord of the Rings online. It's hours long. I listened to all of it. It's great. It's also interlaced with readout passages from the book relevant to the locations. 9 hours, 38 minutes. Oh my gosh. Or give the option of like, want to save the child? Here's the power to do so. First times. Exactly. First times free. I need more first times free. Chinese sausage rice cooker meal. Wait. I have rice, I have Chinese sausage, I have shiitake mushroom, I have garlic, I have green onion. I don't think I have MSG. Lay sausage link on top of the rice and water in the rice cooker. Once cooked, slice the sausage and mix them back in the... That sounds so good. I might make that tomorrow morning. Because I have dinner plans for tonight, but... That sounds amazing, actually. And that sounds so easy, too. Just the Chinese sausage, put them in the rice cooker with the rice. It gets cooked with the rice. Then mix everything together. Okay, so one pot rice cooker meals are so good. I'm going to close out the AMA. It has been 5 hours. Normally, this would be the 6 hour mark. I tend to yap for like between 5 to 7 hours, 6 to 8 hours. I think I'm good. I think I'm wrapped up here. I don't think that I have much more to yap about, unless you have anything you want to hear about in particular. But if that's not the case, on Friday, I am going to be finishing The King in Yellow with a members only chat. Then it's going to be made public. I'm going to make a poll, probably for members only. It might be on the Discord. I don't know. That is going to be where we read next week. This weekend, I am not streaming on Saturday. I'm streaming on Sunday on Twitch. I'm going to start Dispatch. I know nothing about it. I know you're like a dispatch operator for a group of superheroes. That's about it. The routine ruin funds part was at the start. Okay, so the routine ruins fun. When I title streams, I just kind of choose a title that I want to talk about, and then usually we come into it and we talk about it. I didn't really talk about routine ruins fun too much, but what I can say is, in running a game, you will very quickly run into a routine. And we kind of did talk about this, actually. We talked about this in terms of the routine of one character always being the face. One character always being the tactical genius. One player always telling everyone else what to do. Generally, you'll fall into a routine. In the routine, that can be fun, but you'll grow complacent. Your players will grow to expect it. That won't be surprising, that won't be weird. So what you have to do is you as the GM have to put them in situations that the routine gets shaken up. For instance, earlier, I was talking about, in the first hour of the stream, I was talking about if your party member is always yapping, if another player is always the one being social, ask the party, hey, are you comfortable with this, or do you want to chat more? If someone else says, yes, I want to chat more, the example I gave earlier is if person X is always yapping, and they're playing a human, and then person Y wants to yap more, but doesn't really feel like they have the social wherewithal to approach that, and they're playing a tiefling, then you might be in a situation where if they're talking to a fiend, if they're talking to a devil, the devil might only want to talk to the tiefling because the human is some stupid loser human. The tiefling has the blood of fiends in it. So this devil only talks to character Y. That means character Y is allowed to have the spotlight, is allowed to talk more, is allowed to make a fool of himself, or be clever and witty, or to flirt with the devil, or whatever they wanted to do. And then in the next conversation, when they talk to the next person, character X can still talk more. Because the human was not shunted from the story. The human had a specific instance where they were not the person to talk to them. Similarly, if you have a human fighter and a tiefling wizard, if you're talking to a wizard, it might be smart to suggest to the party, yeah, human fighter, you don't even know some of the words that this wizard is saying, but tiefling, you actually understand this perfectly well. In fact, they use some slang that you recognize from your time back at the university. They're an alumnus from your same arcane college. So suddenly you have not only the wizard connection, but also the wizard school connection. This tiefling is in a position where now they can talk to the wizard. And the human fighter isn't barred from participating, but the human fighter understands, hopefully, that they are not the most effective one to talk. Even if they have a +5 persuasion, +5 charisma, and the tiefling only has a +1, well, the tiefling can get better information without even needing a roll. Because they're a wizard, because they both graduated the same college. They can talk about that one professor that they both hated, and oh my god, they're still teaching there. I can't believe it. They must be using chronomancy because they looked old when I was at school. And then boom, you have rapport. You have the ability to talk. But again, the human in the next conversation is still allowed to talk. You're not punishing player X. You're giving player Y the opportunity to break routine. Suddenly, you get much more interesting dynamics with this wizard because you have a connection with the tiefling. The devil is much more interesting because they want to talk to the tiefling specifically than if they just talk to the human fighter. If the human fighter has an answer for everything. If the human fighter can do this or that or the other thing. Breaking routine is not a matter of punishing the party for falling into one in the first place, or those that benefit from the routine. Breaking routine is about shaking up the status quo in order to give other party members a chance to shine in areas that they otherwise wouldn't. I'm going to post my perfect draw findings in the Discord. Yes, incredible. We don't ill tieflings here. Tieflings are fine. Yeah, so that's basically my thoughts on breaking routine. Is I talked about this a bit earlier and summarized it here of the idea of keep it weird, keep it wacky. Don't just play the same thing every single week. Don't allow the same person to do the same thing with the same role every time, because that's not a TTRPG. That's a board game. TTRPGs allow you to break things, and dare I say, encourage you to do so. Board games do not allow you to do this. So if you don't want to break the rules, if you don't want to break routine, if you want to do the same thing every turn, just play a board game. Nothing wrong with that. I love board games. But even in combat, you might notice, okay, human fighter, tiefling wizard, and half-elf rogue. The fighter always charges forward and stands in a wall. The wizard always runs backwards and casts from afar. The rogue always flanks from the side and attacks from the side to get flanking bonuses. And maybe they're fighting one big dude and then a ranged dude. So what you have here is, if the fight always shapes out like this, where there's just a sniping match between the tiefling and the one range dude, and there's always this big beat stick of the fighter and the rogue fighting on the main guy. Add more enemies that are smaller and easier to take out. Add fewer enemies, add one giant dude that can just bull rush and charge for the tiefling. Make a situation where the room has obstacles that make it so maybe there's a giant wall here that they have to shoot up and they have to scale up, so they can't effectively get up here, and once the fighter gets up here, they get pushed back down and they have to climb back up all again. The rogue can't effectively sneak attack because you're in a very narrow corridor that only allows single file. Right? this is breaking the routine on the GM side of things, combat-wise. Don't allow every fight to just devolve into, okay, you have a 60 by 60 chamber with no obstacles in it. The enemies start over here. You guys start over here. Okay, Rogue, you're up first. Oh, you hold your turn? You do that every time, but okay. Fighter, you charge forward and you go, so you're attack of opportunitying both of them, and then you swing. Okay, now Rogue, you're taking your turn, you run forward and you flank them. This one comes forward to attack. Oh, okay, never mind, you uncanny dodge. And then Tiefling, you fireball in such a way that you hit all of them except for your allies. Are you sure you don't want to do any other spell in your arsenal? Like, a thing that a lot of GMs I see online say is, my players do X. And then in telling the story, it's revealed X is proven to be a routine that works. And the GM refuses to break the routine because they feel it would be unfair. And despite that, they're complaining about routine X. At that point, you have to choose, are you comfortable with routine X or are you comfortable breaking the rules? Because it's one or the other. You can't have both. You can't just sit here and complain and not break the routine when you have the option to. Like, you can, but I'm not going to have any sympathy for you. So if they have a routine X, break routine X. And if the players get pissed at you, have a conversation about expectations. You're not here to have them have this game where they just curb stomp every fight by doing the exact same maneuver over and over and over, like they exploited the AI in a video game. This is not a video game. This is a TTRPG. If you charge forward, the enemy will disengage and fall backwards and then pull the rope trap that collapses the floor beneath you. If the enemy scried on you, they're going to have defenses put in place specifically to avoid you and your strengths. If the enemy has any degree of stealth, they're going to have someone sneak up behind the tiefling and stab you in the back while you're off on your own. All of those are reasonable ways to break routine in a way that does not break verisimilitude. It does not break the reality of the game world. And sometimes it's literally just as simple as saying, hey, for the last 3 fights, you have done literally the exact same maneuvers. I counted. The rogue held their action, the fighter rushes forward, the rogue follows up, the tiefling casts fireball. That has been the last 3 fights. And your players might say, well, yeah, it works. We like doing that. It's fun for us. And then you might say, okay, what if it didn't work? And the players would be like, okay, then we'd figure out something new. And then the players are thinking, they're critically engaging, they're using tactics. Allow yourself to get up to nonsense. Allow yourself to present yourself in such a way that you can adapt to what the players are doing. Otherwise, just play a board game, right? Play a board game. Environmental hazards are too, but adding features that players can use to their advantage is seldom chatted about. Honestly, like, not even that they can use it to their advantage. Literally. There's a crack in the floor here and a hole that goes sheer face down. And there is a pillar here that blocks line of sight. There's a big open area over here. This is where the party members start. One enemy starts there. One enemy starts there. This is much more engaging. This is much more engaging of a fight than this, right? Because now you have to see, okay, I need to go through this area, but I'm stopped and I can get pushed down in the hole. I can go the long way around, but I can hit you. This person, if I don't deal with that, they can go there, shoot, and then go back behind cover. Like, this is a situation where there's actual tactical decisions to be made that disrupts, I charge forward blindly. I wait for my friend to do their thing so I can do my thing. I just stay far away and I fireball. Like, and note, this doesn't mean you can't charge forward. This setup doesn't mean you can't wait for your friend This doesn't mean you can't fireball from afar. It just changes the layout. I cast greater invisibility on the pillar. I think you need to target a creature, unless I'm mistaken. Whew. Okay, I have chatted now about the title of stream. I tried to be better about that. I thought about opening stream with that, but then I got busy chatting about other stuff and how I didn't mute my mic. Whoops. So thank you so much. I'm going to be streaming on members only stream Friday. Final King and Yellow story. And Sunday, not Saturday, Sunday at 11 a.m. PST, I'm going to be starting Dispatch. So over on Twitch. So thank you so much. No, greater invisibility I thought was touch. I thought greater invisibility and invisibility were both touch spells. Although I might be wrong. Maybe in 5.5 it's different, but maybe I'm just wrong. Thank you so much for swinging by. I appreciate you. I'm going to go take care of myself, and then I'm going to go edit. Because I have a video for tomorrow that's going to take forever. Take care of yourself. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, and enjoy. I knew it was touch. Ha!